government on how best we can improve it going forward. And number 3 is to consult from our members on the key short-term, medium-term, and long-term advocacy issues that members feel going forward we should engage government on, especially those that relate to how the budget is, but also those that were not responded to by government, because as far as I can remember, throughout our engagements with government, we've never hit 100%. So what that means is that there are those other issues that the private sector still feels should be worked on by government. So this dialogue is to get those issues from you, but also for you as members to be able to speak directly to government representatives on how those issues can be managed. But allow me also take this moment to appreciate the World Bank and other development partners, specifically the GROW project, for supporting this dialogue. Madam Ruth and our task team leader, we thank you so much. Madam Serena, you've been a very good supporter of policy advocacy, and we really don't take that for granted. It tells us how much you appreciate the importance of having a conducive business environment. I also thank our board members throughout this journey. They have been very supportive, even with their very busy schedules running their businesses. We pull them to Parliament, to these other policy engagements with different government agencies, and even in some cases outside of the country, they always create time to engage government on behalf of you, the private sector. So they are doing the work you sent them to do at PSFU very diligently, even without pay. I also thank the members of the private sector, because we couldn't really put anything to government without you. You give us the information, you give us the data, we compute, we analyze, we engage you in different dialogues, meetings, you meet our teams when they come out there in the field. Then in most cases, we also invite you to go with us to these different dialogues with different MDAs, and you've also always been supportive. We haven't knocked at your door at your business to get information and you failed to open. So we appreciate you so much, and we look forward to engaging you further. For us, our work has just started for the coming financial year, not this one starting 1st July. For us, we start now working for the 26-27 financial year. So beginning today, for us, our work has started, so we will be engaging you. Don't get tired of seeing us or any representative from PSFU when we come to your business to seek some information and data to support our work. Thank you so much for coming. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julius Biarhanga, for giving us that context of the meeting this morning. As you clearly mentioned, he mentioned the fact that it's a beginning of a new journey. While we discuss what the current budget will focus, is also an area for us to start looking at the future. So if we miss out on any priority, it's not lost. We'll continue engaging until we have clear picture of what the private sector needs. Now today is the June 16th, 2025, and it's a Monday. Just in case sometimes you're like, is it today 17th or not? So right at each table, there is something like a desktop calendar, but it's beyond just a desktop calendar. It's a collection of voices, of stories, of impact from the GROW project. So at a later time, instead of checking on your phone, please take time and just look at what is in that desktop calendar with the voices about how the GROW project, how the Private Sector Foundation Uganda is impacting the lives of women entrepreneurs in this country. Next, we are going to have welcome remarks. You clearly heard that PSFU is strong on policy engagement and advocacy, and we have a whole committee on policy and advocacy in the board of PSFU, and that tells you how we treat policy issues. And to welcome us this morning is Ms. Shari Kongai, who is the chairperson of the policy committee of PSFU and is also a board member. Most welcome to address us.
Our Vice Chairperson for the Private Sector Foundation Board, Ms. Sarah Kajingo. She's also Director for Professional Services. Our CEO, Mr. Stephen Asimwe. Honorable Victoria Sechitoliko, our board member representing Agriculture. Honorable Rachel Magola, MP representing Bugweri constituency. Ms. Serena Kavichi, representing the World Bank. Other board members of the Private Sector Foundation. A project director for GROW. Representative of different government agencies, captains of the private sector, all private sector players, colleagues from the Private Sector Foundation, distinguished guests, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor to address you today on behalf of the Policy Advocacy Committee of the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. I speak on behalf of a private sector network of over 340 business associations, chambers, and corporate entities committed to unlock Uganda's economic potential through meaningful public-private dialogue. Our policy journey for the year 2024 to 2025, for the year 2024-2025 to 2025-2026 is as follows. Since the reading of the 2024-2025 budget, PSFU has undertaken a comprehensive and structured policy advocacy campaign across full fiscal planning and implementation cycle. Through collaborative consultations, technical submissions, and sustained stakeholder engagements, we have sought to ensure that the private sector's voice is meaningfully integrated into Uganda's economic governance architecture. Allow me to highlight some of our key contributions as Private Sector Foundation. One, pre-budget consultations. PSFU has actively participated in formal pre-budget consultations organized by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and allied government institutions. Our inputs shaped strategic direction in priority sectors including agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, digital economy, and STI. In the private sector budget strategy paper, we developed and submitted financial year 2025-2026 private sector budget strategy paper, a comprehensive document that synthesized member feedback and data-driven policy recommendations across all sectors. The paper addressed fiscal incentives, regulatory reforms, export competitiveness, and sectorial budget allocations, with a strong call for pro-investment policies and inclusive growth measures. Private sector budget framework paper is also one of the things we participated in. In alignment with the national budget cycle, PSFU produced the private sector budget framework paper, a more technical companion to the strategy paper offering sector-specific microeconomic insights, risks, and funding priorities. This paper informed dialogue following the financial year 2024-2025 budget reading. PSFU conducted a thorough review of the tax amendment bills 2025 and submitted a private sector position paper on tax proposals. These were presented during consultative meetings with relevant parliament committees and key stakeholders. Our advocacy in this space focused on one, rationalizing multiple and overlapping tax amendments, opposing burdensome proposals likely to increase compliance costs, especially for MSMEs, supporting targeted tax incentives to boost industrialization, digitalization, and innovation ecosystems. We further developed position papers on other bills before Parliament, such as the Competition Bill, Public Procurement Reform Bill, and Investment Code Amendment, providing private sector perspectives grounded in evidence and stakeholder input. We also had the National Budget Month engagements. During the National Budget Month, PSFU partnered with government, development partners, and media to co-host regional and national dialogues. These served to create budget awareness, track implementation challenges, gather real-time feedback from the business community, bridge the gap between policy formulation and on-the-ground realities. Then the post-budget dialogue framework, recognizing the need for continuous engagement beyond the budget reading, PSFU has spearheaded efforts to institutionalize a post-budget dialogue framework. Today's event is part of this initiative, fostering deeper analysis, reflection, and coordinating among public and private actors. We plan to have also regional dialogues in Masaka, Mbarara, Fort Portal, Mbale, Gulu, Arua this month. Then, on contemporary policy and strategic engagements, in addition to the core budget processes, PSFU produced and submitted a suite of strategic position papers addressing cross-cutting and long-term issues affecting business performance and national competitiveness, including the following: private sector position papers on strategic investment priorities, focusing on agro-industrial zones, digital public infrastructure, energy cost reforms, and regional logistics corridors. Quarterly state of economy reports, providing macroeconomic analysis from a private sector lens. We also had policy briefs on regional trade and investment issues, particularly NTBs, logistics inefficiencies, and market access under ESC and COMESA. On implementation of AFC FTA, PSFU developed practical proposals on rules of origin, standards harmonization, and productive capacity development to ensure that Uganda's competitiveness in East Africa continental free trade area. So, in conclusion, The PSFU Policy Advocacy Committee remains resolute in its mission to ensure that policy and budget processes across all circles are responsive to the needs of Uganda's private sector. Our work is rooted in evidence, collaboration, and a firm belief that economic transformation must be private sector led. Together with our partners in government, parliament, and the donor community, we are committed to shaping a resilient and inclusive economy. Thank you so much on behalf of PSFU.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kongai, for those remarks. A better hand clap for her. If you listened attentively, she highlighted some of the work that we've been doing since the last budget. And so when Dr. said an accountability of what we're doing as an institution, I think that came out strongly. She also highlighted the issues we do around policy briefs, the position papers, which are usually very analytical, reflecting the issues of the private sector from Kisoro to Kaberamaido to Chiseka and so on, to ensure that we have a national outlook of how the government needs to respond to most of these issues. We've been joined by more guests. Thank you so much, Mr. Kaziwe, for joining us, a member of the board, PSFU, representing the creative sector. Thank you so much for coming. We also have the Chief Membership Officer, Mr. Francis Klinya. I saw you entering the room. Thank you so much for coming. Next on our program, we are going to have a summary of presentation on what the government response has been in view of the previous policy proposals that we made as an institution. And to lead us through that discussion, allow me to invite Mr. Stephen Asimwe, who is the CEO of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Most welcome, sir, to take us through that session. A hand clap is not bad as he takes the podium. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The protocol has been observed, but just for emphasis, I would like to welcome our board, which is the one that gives us oversight, Madam Sarah Kajingo, representing the chairman, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, who was on an international trip. Thank you for representing him. Madam Honorable Victoria Sextoreko, Chair, Agriculture, Agribusiness and Forestry Committee. Madam Shali Kongai, who has just read an incredible summary of what we've done. She's representing the real estate and construction sector. Mr. Ragadi Daniel Kazibwe. You didn't stand for recognition, so maybe they haven't seen you. We have a very special guest today, Ms. Serena Kavichi, the task team leader from the World Bank. Please stand. She's the reason that has facilitated this event. Of course, government is here in a very big way. Honorable Rachel Magola, Member of Parliament, and my classmate at Namasagali College. So you can see we are made up of, you're very welcome, Honorable. Also to thank and recognize Dr. Ruth Binzika, Aisha Kasolo. She has many names. She's our sponsor for this event. I see representatives from UMA, Alan, welcome. Captains of industry. But most importantly, the members of the private sector, but specifically our membership. So you're all very welcome. And that will inform just my quick introduction to this this meeting. So this morning's event is an accountability forum. Now, just for a show of hands, how many of you are registered members of PSFU? You are a member, you are registered, you vote, and you participate at the AGM. Put up your hands. Okay. Those of you who haven't put up your hands, there are forms at the back. Please register. But why this dialogue is important is that every year we hold an annual general meeting. And that annual general meeting is an accountability forum. In that meeting, you give us your views, your comments, and that is the reason we call you regularly. One, to consult with you. Secondly, to dialogue with you. But thirdly, whenever we engage you, we have to account. So this is one of the big accountabilities, and we take it seriously. So I want to thank in a special way our GROW team, and I think let's clap for them really. They have been excellent. They supported us on this one. So just so that you don't forget, over and above accounting for what we do for you and with you is also the fact that we have to keep a score of the performance of these dialogues. I am proud and excited through my board to announce that this is the highest ever performance of the private sector dialogue. We have produced 85% of what came into this. And so you clap for yourselves. So for us it's an exciting score. It's a very good accountability. And for those of you who are in the audit business, this is an unqualified report. It's very excellent and we are excited about it. But secondly, before I forget to re-emphasize, is that PSFU is turning 30 years this year. As a matter of fact, in August, we will be fully 30 years old. And you know, for those of you who are spiritual, 30 years is when Jesus began his ministry. So, katandi kabutandisi. So at 85%, at 30, you can see we are doing very well. I want to take this opportunity to thank the board for the oversight, for the guidance, but also for largely representing their constituents very well. It's one thing to be elected a board member. It's another one to be able to provide that representation. So let's clap for our board for doing a good job. And also to thank the policy team. They have done an incredible job. I've been pretty much in the dugout with them. They've crisscrossed the country from Yumbe, Kisoro, Busia, Kotido. They've walked across the country to ensure that all this information comes in, and so we thank you very, very much. So I'm not going to read a budget speech. I'm just going to give you highlights of the accountabilities that we consulted with all of you, our members. So if you could just give me the first slide, please. This is generally the team at the back. Can I have some movements? So basically, we gave a general budget outlook, which is essentially to look at the theme, which is full monetization of the Ugandan economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening the services sector, digital transformation and market access. As you know, the government is running a new strategic framework that is going to inform the next couple of years, which is the ATMs, and they want the government to move from the $50 billion performance to $500 billion. So we in the private sector have suggested that if we are going to attain the tenfold growth, there are some enablers that have to take place, some facilitators. And so this is also in many ways a deep stick analysis of what the government has provided in this budget in respect to achieving that. So if you could just go to the next slide. This is the general presentation, but I'll really gloss over because I don't like to play with figures on a Monday morning. I just want to look at the impact, the influence, and the efficiency with which we did this dialogue. So if you look at the budget at a glance, you see the resource envelope at 72 trillion, domestic revenues at 37, borrowing at 11.38 trillion. The support that is given to the budget, overall, that is the budget at a glance. So for those of you who missed, this is really, really the entire budget on a page. The tax revenue, which is what we in the private sector pay, which is standing at 33.943 trillion. The non-tax revenue, which is money that governments, departments, agencies, and ministries make from some of the services they provide. And then, of course, the local government revenue. At every local government level, there is a levy. There's some money that they collect, and that is how it stands. Now, we want to thank government at this point in time for being consistent on the GDP growth. Our economy has grown by more than 20 times. A country which has been at civil war, but has been able to stabilize, and our growth factor is now at $61.3 billion, which is outstanding for a country that has been through a lot of challenges. And then, of course, the sector contribution shows you that services contribute about 50%, the industrial sector at 26%, and the agriculture sector, which is 24%. And that can really improve with the agro-industrialization. So next, the next slide, please. So, next, please. Can someone be pretty fast there? So, on the policy engagements, I think the chair of the policy committee did state in general terms the people we engaged, but I want you to appreciate what we do at PSFU. We are a dialogue, we are a policy advocacy institution, but we use evidence-based research. And we don't use AI, we actually interrogate people. We go down to the grassroots. We don't manufacture information. We actually engage. So these are the things we've done. And so if you look at the papers that we have contributed on the policy issues affecting private sector, we know where it hurts most. We check the temperatures. We look at the pulse checks. We look at the issues of competitiveness. In short, we make noise. But we use evidence. We use research. We interrogate position papers. You should see us in some of those meetings. We are really serious. As a matter of fact, we decided that the policy department has got to be led and supported by PhD holders. So we are very, very strong on interrogation. So, so you can see there the private sector budget strategy paper. You know, the BFPs, there are 4 cycles, budget framework papers every year. We look at the tax proposals, and PSFU has been responsible for a lot of tax proposals that have come through to government on your behalf. We look at tax amendment bills, and you can see we did the one of 2025. We look at position papers. These position papers are, for those of you who are interested in knowing the background, on our website. So you can check our website for that. We look at quarterly performance economic indicators. We engage on policy papers on strategic investment priorities. Now, how many of you know the One-Stop Business Processing Center? The One-Stop Business Center in Kampala. It seems people don't know. Where you go in and you go out with your investment papers. So PSFU is the one which built that building through a program called CEDP. And because of our intervention and implementation, you can now enter that building and you go to URSB, Capital Markets Authority, Uganda Investment Authority. There are banks in there, and you move out. Many years ago, you would go into those places and you drive around the city. But because of PSFU's impact and influence, we were able to establish that center. Don't you think PSFU deserves a clap for that? But that was because of you. You private sector people said, no, we want a place where we can go, engage with government officials, and ensure that we can establish a a one-stop area. So over and above that, we have also pushed for regional papers, things like non-tariff barriers. When you have problems across a country that is stopping your goods and services from moving, we are able to advocate for you. And lastly, we have been very much responsible for the establishment of the ACFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So I thought it was important that I put some emphasis on our engagements this last financial year. Next. The next slide is going to be largely just an overview. The dialogues we've had, Office of the President, Prime Minister's Office, Committees of Parliament, MDS, of course our development partners in the room. We've met with the Cabinet Secretariat, we've met with the President, the Vice President, the entire team. We've been to the ESC. We hosted the Secretary General of the ESC. We've been to COMESA, and PSFU is the focal person at COMESA and the ACFTA. It's important that you appreciate how much engagement we've had and the consequence of which has been this document. Next. I'll gloss through these ones pretty much. So these were the priorities, and I don't want to go through them, but you can see them. Now, number one is very, very important. For any economy to thrive, a macro and microeconomic stability environment is critical. And therefore, that was our number one focus. And we want to thank government, and we think we can clap for them. This has been the overarching issue that. Now, why that is important is it gives you a scope of comfort that when I put my money in this economy, I'm able to get a traceable, viable, and good return on my investment, both for a domestic investor, but even for foreign investment. And so when MFIs are looking for an investment, the first thing they check is how have you performed in the last couple of years? How is your macroeconomic stability? How are your policies, business environment? And guess what? The first people they call is PSFU. I get calls every day. And one of the things they measure, and these are, even if you did an AI-generated checklist, you get that. So we want to thank government. And then, of course, all these other things like legal regimes, which is now parliament, productive infrastructure, we'll be discussing that in a few. So these are critical areas. And then, of course, the fact that when the government is reading a budget, over and above the figures, they must give comfort to the citizens and to investors. And that's why you have the State of the Union address a week before. By the way, the budget is the president's document. But what he does first is to set the tone for everybody listening in the, in the public. So this is what has been established as those anchor sectors, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So next slide, please. So in our analysis, ladies and gentlemen, we looked at the government, the private sector, our views versus those that the government provided. And again, this is a lot of figures, but I just wanted to put some context around some of them. So I talked about the stable economy in a few minutes ago, being able to manage inflation, interest rates, very, very important, and then, of course, the stable exchange rates. For those of you who are slightly younger than me, a couple of about 20 or 30 years ago, we used to have two exchange points. We had the official government, which was largely under Bank of Uganda. Then we had something called the Chibanda Boys. I don't know why the girls were not there. But Chibanda Boys, they were what? You are not thieves. Okay, I will skip that bit. But what was happening is that if you walked on Kampala Road, you had a group of people who had cash, foreign exchange. And they were like these people who sell chewing gum. But actually, they were next to shoe shiners. And they would exchange money. So you had, if you wanted an official rate, you went to Bank of Uganda, lined up. And then there was the Chibanda Boys who actually changed money on the street. That is a story in the books. Now you have a very, very stable exchange rate, which is governed both at the central bank, but also the forex bureaus have a regime within which to play, and they are allowed to. So this has provided for that. And so we at PSFU recognize that, but we are also saying that we need to manage, of course, in the context of inflation, commercial banking rates, and then, of course, the fact that a lot of these exchange rates affect value chains. And so we did, this is what we did, and the government response was the fact that they were now answering to this. So therefore, our emphasis on prioritizing the stable exchange rate, inflation, and then, of course, the external shocks that come. A lot of you have been seeing Trump, the United States, issues to do with wars in the Middle East, and now there's a new one. Iran and Israel have started sending pellets to each other. Those are things that we have suggested to government, that a stable system provides a cushion against some of these external shocks. Next, we looked at the legal regime, the laws. I think Director Shirley gave some of them, but it's critical, again, to give an audit of some of the things that we've pushed. You know, the Sugar Act, the income tax, excise duty, those are very, very important. And again, our emphasis was on the fact that they need to provide enabling environment, laws, procedures, and precedents that support all of that. And so we are thankful that government has been able to inject more money, about 66 billion, especially to manage that. Now, in the room are two people whom I would like to really recognize. One is Honorable Magola. I think the issue of copyright, which is just one of many copyright issues, and Mr. Ragadi, we pushed that copyright law. And I thank you, Honorable Magola, for really pushing this discussion. Why? As you'll see later, the creatives industry is going to be one of the biggest facilitators, especially of the young generation. Now, in Uganda, for reasons that are just maybe traditional, we have not given enough visibility and optics to the creative sector. If we compare ourselves with West Africa, and specifically Nigeria, the creative sector is now measured against GDP. It's a big employer, it's a big consumer in terms of the value chain. Things like textiles, film, music, it's a big player. Now, Uganda has talent. That's not in dispute. The challenge has been the enabling laws and environment to make them thrive. Just to give you an example quickly, we did host the shooting of The Last King of Scotland, a very big movie. Unfortunately, this film was about Uganda, but only 70% of the money that was spent on that movie was done here. Can you imagine? 7%. The bulk of the money went to South Africa and Malta. Why? Every camera that was flown in was taxed at point of entry in Entebbe. Every activity that took place was taxed so badly because there was a law that instead of facilitating, actually inhibited. And so the movie industry in Hollywood, in Nollywood, in Bollywood cannot come to Uganda on account of the prohibitive laws, taxes, and disabling environment. At PSFU, we have said no, we are going to attack that law, change the thinking, and create that creative sector to bulge, blossom, and grow. So the next time we call on you for support, we are counting on your support. So, Mr. Mukwano, it's not enough to produce vegetable oil if you cannot fry that chicken that provides an enabling environment for an actor. Those are the things we look for. Jackie, that beer will not be drunk if people don't fly. One movie can actually accommodate 300,000 people at a single shooting. So me and Rachel, we come from a school that encouraged film. We know these things, but it has been tough. But, here it is. Sorry, I've digressed, but it's important that we pull out those critical things that are going to inform our next dialogue. So, of course, the manufacturers are here, sugar, legal licensing reforms, etc., etc., etc. Next. I'm going to be fast here. Now, there is a very important issue here on agriculture. Madam Honorable Secretary, irrigation is critical. We had a very nasty drought last year, you remember, and it affected our productivity. Of course, if you grow products, if you manufacture, you need good roads and infrastructure. Tourism is key for this country, so we needed more funding, especially on the IT system, but most importantly, the road issues. And then, of course, the issue of building trade hubs. And so government responded accordingly. There's been a lot more on the railways. The president talked about SGR and the standard gauge railway, meter gauge, sorry. Bukasa Port is up and coming. It's expected to cut costs by about 30%. And then, of course, energy. You know what has been happening in the energy sector. But the government has said they will help. But item number 5, in our strong view, is the issue of aviation. They need to upgrade aerodromes and then to get our cargo infrastructure and logistics back in place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is the issue of competitiveness. Uganda is a major producer of vegetables, flowers, and fruits. You cannot put these things on a ship. You have to fly them, and flying them in real time. And real time means beating your nearest competitors. You have a competitor like Ethiopia with a very big infrastructure system and network under ET Cargo. You have Kenya, which is a net producer and exporter of flowers. Now we have Uganda Airlines. We are suggesting to government that over and above our passenger fleet, and then, of course, Uganda Air Cargo, they need to really, really upscale our capacity to fly our products to these markets in real time. Fortunately, now 8 hours is good with cold storage facilities. We now have a new international airport coming up in Hoima. That should be possible to drive that competitiveness. And again, everybody is talking about our pineapples, our fruits, etc., etc. So that's going to be our next engagement. So we thank government for promising to upgrade that. Next. Of course, I've talked about tourism. We still have issues there. But government has put in more money, infrastructure, connectivity, roads. Kabarega Airport should be really, really our next. And I think government has also put an investment in Karamoja. There's an international airport coming up. But of emphasis, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be our next real move, is the Bwindi National Park, which is Uganda's biggest gem. 65% of our tourism earnings come from that tourism conservation earnings. I have to be careful here. So Bwindi and Mgahinga are the two national parks that host the mountain gorillas, about 54% of the global mountain gorilla population. Unfortunately, the roads there are some of the worst. The budget did not address that issue. And so, yes, good budget, but this one, we are going to push it on our next agenda, and we are going to be going to the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport to fix that. But over and above that, the need to increase coverage was provided for. Next is, I know Humphrey Asimwe, my namesake, is in the room. Mineral development. We pushed in this budget, Humphrey, the need for investing in modern mining equipment. We are still doing Juakali. And the need for us, of course, to boost jobs in this sector. Government, and we are thankful to them, has provided more money, especially for gold refineries. And gold now is our #1 foreign exchange earner. I think it's projected over 35%. but also the fact that they banned anything raw leaving the country is, in our view, very good, and that helps with competitiveness but also employment. Next. Now, this is important, ladies and gentlemen. The country is a pyramid. 65% of our economy is run by micro, small, and business enterprises. And the fact that that is an area that boosts, it's the nursery school for growth and productivity into the bigger, medium to large performances. We thought it was important that that area is supported, and so we presented 4 areas, which was boosting funding, and that's why we have GROW and INVITE. Those are very good strategic interventions from the World Bank. But more importantly, standards has been a challenge, supporting for trade missions, and PSFU in the next weeks we are rolling out a small and medium enterprises support for export readiness. So if you're here, you're an SME, you want to export, PSFU is the home to come to. But more than that, we are saying, can we get funding for that? And so UNBS has been boosted. Those are the figures. The standards progress has been provided for. Government has put more money in commercial and economic diplomacy. And then, of course, the support to UDC and the banks. So that's a very, very critical area. We will continue to push it in our agenda. Next. The next one is, of course, a thing that is a big problem to many of the private sector people, the issue of domestic areas and borrowing. And then, of course, the clearance of backlogs. And so we pushed for that, and government decided in the speech. So we have to see what's coming out. But anyway, they promised to cut domestic borrowing, and then, of course, the issue of clearance of backlogs. So I know many of you in the room here are owed money, and it's important that if you look at the blue line, that is our ask when the Honorable Rachel, when you start parliamentary business, discuss the budget. This is one of your agenda items. We want this money cleared. And I know between now and the end of the month, the government is not going to be spending on account of the need to put in place. Next. Of course, this one, I'll be quick. This was a lot to do with credit, cash. Anybody borrowing money needs patient capital, grace periods, and the need to support MSME funding. And then, of course, all of this boosts production and job creation. We are glad that government has upped the game. They pushed up more money on Emyoga. And then, of course, the post-COVID recovery monies. But of importance to us, for you people, is the fact that now we have 2 grandeur programs, INVITE and GROW, which are essentially established to support this recovery program. And I think Serena will probably highlight some of the issues we are doing. This is one of them. So thank you. Next. These ones will be fast. They largely to do with human resources. We are churning out a lot of young people into the workforce. We need to absorb them. But in the process, we need to upskill. And now at PSFU, we've worked with the Enabel and the EU to provide something called the Work Readiness Program, which is essentially supposed to upskill people to get them into work. But more importantly, we need a healthy workforce. We need people who live in an environment that supports productivity, water, sanitation, health. And you can see what the government provided. I am not going to talk about that. But critically, a lot of this we pushed for is reflected in what the government is going to spend. Next. I'm about to end, so don't worry. Just be patient. The coffee is coming, and that coffee is grown by our farmers. And it is made here, so it's coming. So the next number 11, number 10 and 11. Yes, this one is climate change mitigation, research, very, very important. You all know what's happening in that. But just of emphasis is that number one, the last 3 years have seen a lot of challenges, especially in the animal sector. We can't export beef, animals, we can't export carcasses because of the fact that we have a lot of disease issues. And clearly that has a back effect on how do we manage the movement of diseases and pests. So number one is a reaction to that, and government has promised to do especially the anti-tick vaccines. But also now that we are heavy and strong on coffee, we need to start to manage Honorable Victoria. Coffee, you know those rounds when diseases would hit. We need to borrow a leaf from Vietnam and Brazil and Colombia and Singapore. Yes. So next, 12. Next. Yes. Now, this is a very important point. Again, because of time, these are the issues with URA. I think there are many people in the manufacturing sector here. So for avoidance of doubt, we really pushed on the issue of tax harmonization. You remember there was on EFRIs, on pay as you earn, on all of these. We literally spent 50 out of 52 weeks on the tax issues. Now when we go to URA, sometimes they think we are staff members, yet we are visitors. But clearly we really pushed, and a lot of the issues were addressed, and PSFU now has become not just a bridge, but a conduit for engaging Ministry of Finance. I don't know whether there's anybody who has come in from the Ministry of Finance. We have been waiting for them. Anyone from Ministry of Finance? They have another meeting, but they'll be coming shortly. But of emphasis is stamp duty. They need to open the borders. There's been a lot of challenges. Mr. Wabogo on sunflower. You know, we've been in the trenches. Of course, milk. We're happy that now Algeria is going to be taking a lot of our milk. Shali, our policy director, was in Algiers. I think there's a huge consignment leaving. And then, of course, I know Rachel has been waiting for this, the creative arts. I've already mentioned that. So that is the response from government in respect to those things. Next is a very important area, cost of power. Uma is here, Alan. That's a constant war. But cost of power, of course, government responded immediately, and this is what the rate card they have provided. Domestic, commercial, for those of you who are in the medium industries, the large and the extra large. I see a challenge here of demand outstripping supply. The kind of megawatts we have, we may have to start thinking of another strategy to absorb, so that we avoid what is happening in Ethiopia, where one industry takes 2,000 megawatts, especially as we go into some of those value-add steel and next. The others are pretty easy. I'm concluding shortly. This is about road upgrades. I've talked about it. Security, of course, the need for us to have that. And then Malaba, which controls about 85% of our roads, infrastructure, logistics, and transport. Government did talk about that, and so I don't have to pretty much. But if you remember, there was an incident around Malaba and Busia when trucks actually did congest. We had to send our teams to that area, worked with the ministry, and were able to bridge the gap. I don't know, people from the logistics and transport sector. I saw Mr. Chili. Hands up. Let's give a hand clap to these people. We did a lot of work with them to ensure that we support that. But more than that, we sit on the northern corridor. I think Mr. Chila, you have just come back. We sit on the central corridor. We are very much involved at the EABC to ensure that we do that. Now, this is my second to near last. Next. Now, this one should be exciting to all of us because everybody is going to make some money. We have the privilege of now hosting the largest convention center in East Africa, the one in Munyonyo. It's a 4,000-seater. And not only that, the facility has expanded to 8 other big rooms that have a capacity of 2,000, 1,000 at a single setting. It's important that we start to collectively work towards ensuring that we get as much boost. We have got new stadiums. No, government now has moved ahead. It's now the private sector's work to ensure that we fill those stadiums. Now, I don't want to sing last in my old age, but I feel like, Madam Rachel, you now have venues. We need to move those venues with numbers. Those numbers produce spend, they produce stay, and they actually bring us money. So, government has now said they've given us, but more importantly, I think our team missed it. There is CHAN and AFCON coming, which is going to be a big one. So we have Mandela, we have Kabarega Stadium, we have Akibua Stadium, and I think the one in Barara, Kacheka, which essentially puts us at the same level of any country that can host an international event with all there. So we need to push that. But more importantly, at PSFU, our sectors have been pushing for that possibility. Now, the next slide is pretty much an audit on what we were able to do per sector, or not as per sector as such, but more importantly, the drivers that we were able to advocate for. So I don't know whether you can all see that, but that's the performance percentage in terms of score on the issues raised. So on macroeconomic stability, we scored high. Productive infrastructure, on mineral development, there were a lot of constants for credit, investment, and human resource. Value addition is still down. It's scored very low. But private sector issues went up, although they are reflected in the other bars. Cost of power, regional issues, and then, of course, continental issues. So why don't you give PSFU a big clap for that? And specifically our board for guiding us, especially, and let me emphasize that, when you elect people to PSFU, there is no money in PSFU. Did you know that? These board members don't earn, they are volunteers. So their voices sometimes, these people are there, NEDA. These people don't earn money, they drive their fuel, but they are your voice as private sector. So thank you very much. And this year in November, we have we're going to have an elective AGM. So make sure that you send good people who are going to speak, who are going to advocate for your positions, but more importantly, who are going to push for a business environment. Now, this one is a score for both the board and management. You can see the curve of growth from 2018. In that budget, we produced 73%. In 1920, that was the time when COVID came. We were really on the driving seat, especially for business environment. 21 was a bit low. 21, 22 was tight. That was the time at the height of COVID. Then from 22, we set up the private sector dialogues in gear. We brought the platform for action. And then you can see there's been steady progress. 74, 78, last year was 82, and this year, ladies and gentlemen, was 85%. So clap for yourselves. This is collective responsibility. All of you have been part of this success. And maybe for Serena and your colleagues at the World Bank, PSFU is not a joking subject. We are serious. We work, we are effective, we are efficient, we cause impact. We are the voice of the private sector, which is influence. And we do all of this with integrity. So please take our performance. This one, I'll give it to you and put it in, I'll cast it in stone. My last slide, ladies and gentlemen. The last slide, next, is key concerns. So I told you that we have a deep stick analysis of what we fronted on your behalf and what we were able to achieve, but there seems to be areas of concern, which is essentially the document we are going to take to government, and of course to ourselves. Is, again, we are not here to criticize, we're just here to partner. And just for emphasis, because of the things that we fronted, the Ministry of Finance has set up a private sector department, a PSD, which works with us on a daily basis. And therefore, part of the success of some of these policy positions have been informed by the papers that we write. Now, number one, the substantial tax revenue target of 37 trillion is going to be a bit tough. But you know, when you are treating malaria, you have to go with all guns out there. So one of the things we are suggesting is that the outcome of some of these very strong targets would in fact create a challenge for us in the business sector, and that's a concern. Number two, our proposal is that a stable tax regime with predictable tax interventions is critical. If you have topsy-turvy tax regimes, it makes investment, doing business, not just costly, but it has a big challenge on performance. But for those who are investing from FDI consortiums, they start to knock you off the, and so it is important that we manage that. Number three, of course, and that has been our traditional constant proposal, is the need to widen the tax base. If you look at the performance of the taxpayers, it has not changed dramatically. If anything, there are people dropping off the tax base on account of the challenges. Now, again, remember, we are operating in a competitive regional environment, and therefore people can be tempted to go across the other countries where things are more stable. But not only does it affect business in the context of money, but if the government's work is to create jobs and businesses, then you are going to lose some of these critical young people. The net impact of unemployment is everybody's guess. It's more costly to manage unemployed people than people who are employed. And finally, the strategic initiatives on increasing disposable incomes, which government is pretty much pushing, and that is something we want to also suggest to the private sector, is important, because then it creates the aggregate demand. If I have money in my pocket, I will spend it. When I spend that money, it is taxed at all levels. But it creates employment, it creates opportunities, and then obviously it makes the economy not only grow, but also thrive. So my last slide is really an illustration of this is the work of all of you. You have been responsible for this. First, to our board, which has given us guidance, our development partners, our members, the government, which has been responsible, but also now to our strategic development partners. And I think in that respect, Serena will be talking about it. But let me take this opportunity to thank GROW, Ruth and your team, for sponsoring this program. I want in a special way to thank our policy department. Policy, please, let's give them a big hand clap. They have not slept. My colleagues at management, I think I saw Francis, EXCO, is EXCO here? Just stand. So at EXCO, we meet every week to discuss these things. You can see Francis was getting problems getting up because he's tired because of the work he has done. But more importantly, our staff, our members, and all of you, thank you for listening to and otherwise long, but accountability is about really going the full mile. So thank you very much. God bless you, and take over from here. Thank you very much. God bless you. Wish you a good business here. Huh? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the CEO of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, for that form of accountability. Now, if you listen to the speech, or if you've had time to read it, thank you so much. If you had time to read it, this budget speech was 54 pages, including the cover page. Our CEO has been able to give us, compress it in 48 minutes and 27 seconds. A hand clap for Mr. Stephen Asimwe. Thank you so much for taking us through. And I think for all of us that may have missed reading the budget, we now get a feel. But also, it also gives us feel of some of the issues that PSFU, the private sector, pushed for and how they've been actually taken care of. But also, he clearly mentioned the areas that we shall keep pushing for as PSFU. So for our development partners in the room, for all the members, we still need your support. When we call upon you, please be with us. There's much more work to be done. Now, we recognize more members that have joined us. I know we have a representative from Roofings Group, which is one of the big manufacturing companies there. Thank you so much for coming. We have a representative from the Ministry of Local Government. We run a decentralized system, so it's important that the local government is represented here. And we also have someone from the Uganda Debt Network, who I know as one of the civil society organizations that engage in budget advocacy. So definitely these discussions here are going to fit into the larger discourse by other stakeholders. So they can see the room is full. The ideas have been taken care of. And Mr. Asimwe also mentioned the importance of the SMEs. In the statistics by the Uganda Investment Authority, SMEs comprise of 70% of businesses in this country. You must be knowing this. And then we also know that only 9% of the private sector companies are large companies. So the fact that the budget is considering some funding modality and some support interventions for SMEs, I think is a step in the direction. But also Mr. Asimwe's presentation re-echoes the national private sector engagement strategy and the fact that Uganda adopts a private sector-led economy. So when we are here today discussing as a private sector the post-budget issues and how they affect the economy, I think we are doing just the right thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to welcome you today. And again, what you have on your tables are voices, impact stories from the GROW project. At any opportune moment, take time to read through instead of checking on your phone to get to know how some of the impact that we have been able to do. We'll now break for tea. It's going to be a working tea and then a slight change in the program, and then we'll have remarks from the World Bank. So we're going to have a working tea. Feel free to, we are going to use 5 minutes, I've been advised. So we are going to have people pick tea and then get back. So we'll be pressed some videos as we use 10 minutes to grab a cup of coffee and go. We'll start with the front tables. Our colleagues will start with the front tables, pick a cup of tea as we press some videos, and then once you pick your tea, kindly get back in the room and we continue the discussions. Thank you so much. DJ?
It is the beauty of your love. All of creation, they call you God.
Can we do it for the rest of the day today? When I start to talk about God, you will need to know the man I speak so highly of. That man can change your life from zero to hero in no time. He can take you from the grass to your grace in no time. He's a man of his word, oh, as faithful as he says so. You will not see him changing, no. At your weakest he is stronger. When you're blinded he still sees, oh. You will not see him changing. So can we brag about to God, oh? Can we do it for the rest of the day today? God, we love and love and love you. We love you. We love you. Hey, we love and love and love you. We love you. We love you. Lord, we love and love and love you. We love you. We love you. God, we love and love and love you. We love you. We love you. There is no beautiful thing you get because you are not saying. He can take you from the ground and give you a crown in no time. He's the Lion of Judah, the beginning of all power. You will not see him changing, no. He's commander of the sun and the color of the moon, no. You will not see him changing. So can we brag about to go? Can we do it for the rest? Oh, hey, hey. We love and love and love. We love and love and love you. We love and love and love and love you. We love you. Hey, we love and love and love you. We love and love and love and love you. We love you. We love you. Lord, we love and love and love you. We love and love and love you. We love and love and love you. We love you. Lord, we love and love and love you. We love you. We love you. So can we brag about to go there? Can we do it for the rest of the day today? It's just wonder again. When can I just see the love of the Lord upon you? Oh, fana nyenyoki sana olimba. This is your day, Winkela. We're going to celebrate you, singing hallelujah, dancing with you, Winkela. Praising God, hallelujah. This is your day, Winkela. This is your day, Winkela. Lord has loved you, Winkela. Let's celebrate this day. This is your day, Winkela. Yesu mulungi, Yesu mulungi. Kuba. This is your day, Winkela. This is your day, Winkela. This is your day, Winkela. Joy galova onacho. This is your day, Winkela. Oh, kiso Winkela. This is your day, Winkela. Yesu mkusanyo semitima mukugunyu. Funa chokiriza ralero onacho. This is your day, Winkela. We're going to celebrate you, singing hallelujah.
mashendera. Oh, hey, mama. Oh, Lord, I thank you. Lord, I reverence you, Lord. I give you all the praises for giving me a new song. You have disgraced my enemies. Oh, Jesus. Lord, I thank you for everything. I say thank you, Lord. Hey, Ezekaraka. Hey. Oh, I reverence you, Jesus. Lord, I lift up my hand and worship. I glorify your name, Lord. For no man is like you, and none is going to be like you. You are a too much God. Oh, Jesus. Thank you for the good things you've done. And thank you for the ones you are yet to do. I thank you for everybody here. I thank you for everyone that reverence you, Lord. Be thou exalted. Hallelujah. We shall sing a new song unto Jehovah, song of victory, song of victory. I'm gonna sing unto thee, my Lord, song of victory, song of victory. I'm gonna sing, 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 sing unto Jehovah. Nasiba
Obangeyo, Obangaina, Obangeyo, Obangaina, Obangeyo.
Mwali rakutani, zaone beda. Nadia mwakisolinge na mwendwa. Jenaka no mwana makureti wememba. Mkoma makureti toni bangoli no musada yandira. Zenzira musada neri na nenda kulichusa. Nenda Juliet, nenda Bufumbo, Obangaina. Awolwatuka, ndio mami ya Rwanda. Awolwalwala, mbatasanira chitanda, nakapiso munda mune.
Welcome back from the break session, ladies and gentlemen.
Balete kurusi, nenda makureti.
I also hope you had time to connect, to network, also discuss some of the key issues that were raised during the presentation. Could have been checking a fact, but also making strategy on what we need to do after here. So we are going to continue with our program for the day. But before that, allow me to recognize the presence of the Uganda Women's Entrepreneurs Association Limited, WIL. Will is in the house. Thank you so much for coming. Will is a key member of the private sector foundation in Uganda, but also brings together a network of organizations. And under the GROW project that has partly supported this event, they are supporting us in running women entrepreneur platforms across the country in the 3 regions. We also have representatives from Ministry of Gender. Thank you so much for coming. We also have representatives from participating financial institutions, some of the selected commercial banks that are working with us in the implementation of the GROW project. We know your representatives are here. Thank you so much for coming. It's good to have you in the room. And as you can see, the issues we keep telling you on lending to women, around collateral, around them running businesses are real. When we come to discussing them, we are very serious. Like our CEO put it, we are a very serious institution and we keep committing to achieving business growth for everyone in this country. In the next session, we'll have remarks from the World Bank, and then we'll play a video that gives a snapshot of what the GROW project is, and I'm sure this will speak to each one of us in the room in terms of the sectors. And then after that, we'll go into a panel discussion. I know our panelists have been waiting, and I know the audience is eagerly waiting to listen to the panel and engage. And if there's anything you need to do, you do it earlier because you don't want to blink. You want to listen to the experts on what the key issues are. So that's what we'll be dealing with in the next session. So allow me now invite Ms. Serena Kavichi, who is the task team lead at GROW from the World Bank, to come and address us. Most welcome, Serena.
Good morning everyone, dear guests and colleagues. I will fully stand on existing protocols, and I'm going to start with the little story. So Dr. Ruth invites me and says, please Serena, can you come to the breakfast on Monday? And I said, yes, I'm going to go. I'm just going to stay for a little bit, because then I want to run to Kawanda, to the Naro Institute, where GROW is now skilling women through the core course on business skills, and then I'm gonna run back to the office. But then Mr. Asimwe gives me the program, and guess what? I have to give remarks. So I thought, there you go, the private sector. There's never a free meal. And then I come here, he makes me speak after him, which is even worse. Now the challenge is even up here, but I'll try. And of course, it's an honor to be here. It's a pleasure. I would imagine that everyone in the room knows what GROW is, but also what GROW isn't. And if not, by the time of ending this submission and ending this breakfast and interacting with some of the Grow clients, because I really don't like to call them beneficiaries. I prefer to have a client as a private sector oriented business. So you will know more by the end of today's event. In the last few months with Grow, we have invested majorly also in communication and information to ensure that the public and all stakeholders, from MPs, from other private sector partners and development organizations, will know and understand the project and its intended clients. But also, and more importantly, in the last 6 months, we really picked up in terms of activities for Grow, and you will see that later. But I'm going to give just a few numbers, because particularly you in the private sector side, you've been focused more on the loans, but also the project has several other components and activities that are now fully available. So, for instance, in the past 6 months, Grow was able to create about 23,000 connections across women economic platforms, and this is a good number. So we have started really to have women economic platforms connecting women, which is one of the networks that are really important for women enterprises. About 20,000 women entrepreneurs applied to receive business trainings, and this is what's going on in Rwanda. About 190 have already graduated. About 4,000 women received training in specific trade skills, and there are about 35 companies that are now enrolling women in apprenticeship programs. This is big. This is a big. I think the Grow team should get an applause for that. And not only private sector, but also our friends at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, which I'm not sure we have representation, but they're definitely in our partnering time. They're here. Then, of course, the components of the part of you're most familiar with, which is the access to loans, access to finance. In the past 6 months, Grow provided loans to about 2,500 women. And this has been also really, I know there's been a lot of communication in the press about the loans, about money not being there, but one of the very important things that the World Bank insisted and did and kind of really helped PSFU and the partners to do, and for partners I'm talking about the banks, really looking at the beneficiaries, who's getting the loans, who are the women that are able to access, what is it that they need, are they getting collateral, do they have, so we really did an analysis the past 6 months very closely with PSFU and the banks on, how is it really going, and why some banks are saying there's no funding, but we should be able to have a bit more soon. Then another thing that Grow has done in the past 6 months, for which I'm really, really proud, and I think some of our colleagues that participated are here, was an innovation expo, bringing in to Kampala some representatives from other countries, but really having a workshop on gender and access to inclusive finance. And I'll say a bit of things after on that. But just to say, as a very small contribution to the local economy, for a 2-day big event that Grow organized and spearheaded, about 447 work days were created. And that's not. And then some of it with the creative industries and youth, because several youth were participating to the services that were provided to us as an event, and they can now write that they worked on a World Bank and Private Sector Foundation and Ministry of Gender event, and they're enriching or dignifying the rest of it. Then, of course, we have done quite well on the childcare work. Last year in November, we presented a childcare policy, and we are now rolling out some pilots. This is for the very early children, and then lately, it's really started also the component of common users and productive gender-friendly facilities. And this is going to be something very, very interesting for the project, where women can go and access productive infrastructure when they still don't have a full business to run. So as I mentioned, these results, there is really a lot to appreciate. A few months ago when I came and covered the project, I think the only thing that was working was the loans. And so they needed to really make the machine work and make the public understand what is the project about. So I just really need to give a big congratulations to understanding of access to finance, of course. But I remind you, it's only 1/3 of the total amount of financing for growth. So the other services are also really an important part. Support to childcare. Work on policy, we are thinking about looking not only
because you're speaking to gender responsiveness, you can give a highlight on what you think is the allocation for these different sectors and how it's actually supporting women, particularly women, in doing business in this country.
It's almost good afternoon. I hope this is on. Is it on? Okay. Before I say anything, I just want to give you statistics that we found out when we did a cross-sectional survey across this country, including women like me and the rest of you in the team. We found out that 72% of women who signed on offer letters from the banks didn't understand what they signed for until most of them were due for sale. Let's pack that somewhere. Then 62% of the women were in the wrong financial institutions. What that meant, that you are going to get, let's say, you call it a loan, no, I will call it a credit facility, that is not aligned to your business. So that is just for today. But for people who don't know, I had somebody asking me, Theo, where are you now? So I work with
companies that, you know what, you need to do a CSR, and the CSR are simply handouts. We are moving away from the day of handouts to a hand up. That you help this farmer register, you help this farmer be able to get a TIN number, you help this farmer be able to keep some rudimentary kind of records, so that when that camp that is 1 kilometer away asks for suppliers of tomatoes, he can be able to supply. We are also seeing from a national content perspective that Ugandan companies need to be assisted to be sustainable. Still, borrowing from oil and gas, some examples we have seen there, somebody gets a deal to supply beef to a camp, a 5-year contract to supply beef to a camp, and is given specific instructions that it must be not less than 1 ton every week. It must be a certain kind of beef. It must be brought every Friday. The vehicle that is bringing it to the camps must be this kind of vehicle, and things of that nature. And the Ugandan is very happy, claps his hands, and we are also happy because we have been pushing for national content involvement, for the involvement of Ugandans. But then the challenges begin. Week 1, we provide, we present, and everything is okay. Money is, deposited on the supplier's account and is happy. Week 2, everything is going well. Week 3, instead of 5 p.m. Friday, he appears 5:30 p.m. on Friday. He's still let in. Week 4, he says, instead of the 1 ton, I have sent you 800 kilos. I am coming to explain. Now, the camp needs meat, not explanations. Sustainability. How do we build that into Ugandan businesses? How do we help Ugandan businesses that, yes, you have secured this deal? How do you continue making sure that you are supplying it? Because at the end of the day, we defeat our own wins. So on the area of national content, the budget, I believe, is speaking to this through some of these interventions, the PDM, the MIOGA, the money that is being put in UDB, and I hope that as a country we can be able to get more information on how to access it. I am also very happy to see what is happening through the GROW project and the success stories, and if we can see more and more of that, but also to help these young entrepreneurs or these SMEs or these micro entrepreneurs that are just picking up to be sustainable, I believe will be for the gain of this country. Thank you.
Very good points right there. And the point around community engagement is key. And that's why I think for us as PSFU, through our sector associations, we make every effort to ensure that the members understand some key standards for the market, understand information about taxes and the different skills that they're in. And that will lead me to you, Madam Brenda. and we are going to discuss the point around value addition and market access. Humphrey spoke about the ability of SMEs being able to respect or adhere to orders. We are talking about large-scale production, that even when this contract is won, we still experience challenges in there. And we know that resources have been allocated to PDM. So what do you see as some of the issues? What can we do to support SMEs to leverage some of these opportunities? Because you don't want to say money has been allocated to this, but we don't see SMEs growing to take up this opportunity. So how can we support SMEs to leverage these opportunities?
My response wouldn't differ so much from what Humphrey has said. And today I was pleasantly surprised when Mr. Sim was making his presentation. I think I missed that in the budget speech, that UNBS has been boosted, or is being boosted this year with, is it 128 billion? Personally, I would love to see UNBS up its game. Because, you know, once we have our market flooded with substandard goods, whether imported or made here, we get into a space where we are satisfied with low standards. And that's very, very unfortunate. So here I am, Brenda, here feeling I'm acing it. People are buying, and then I try to go to what you mentioned, what regions? East African community and beyond, and the Middle East. And when you get there, just by traveling there, and you look at the quality of the goods on those markets, you first stop thinking about exporting and come back to the drawing board. Yeah? I'm particularly happy to see Mr. I'm sorry, I'll call you Sams. When I look at your product, it's really impressive. But probably when I get down to ask you how you got to that point, many times you find that you had to put in a lot of personal effort. Move around, learn from the others, pay heavily for consultants to come and make you better. And yet we have a body here that should be holding us accountable, or holding us to the highest of standards. So for me, my response to that would be that let UNBS up its game. Let a wrong be a wrong and a right be a right. That will help us compete better on the international market. So much as we might want to move further and, you know, start exporting and everything, but the standards issue, and it comes right from the farm. Honorable Sech Toleko, I love the fact that wherever I find her somewhere, she's speaking good farm practices. So even if I wanted my cakes to be super, you know, excellent, and the eggs I'm getting from the farmers are full of salmonella or whatever, even if you looked at the aflatoxin issue that we had, really with our neighbors here, Kenya, rejecting our maize because of something so easy. Work on the moisture content. Make sure there are no molds in the maize. It's as simple as that. So personally, I really implore UNBS and all other people along the value chains of all these inputs that we are using to make sure everyone is giving us quality goods, quality raw materials. There's no way you can produce something nice when what you're putting in it is not good. So once we address stuff right from the farm, you know, and of course the process of handling all these foodstuffs and everything, then we should be able to get good enough products to enjoy the international markets.
Right. Thank you so much. And that discussion is happening when we have Mr. John Chaze who is the Senior Standards Officer from UNBS. Thank you so much for coming for this dialogue. We know you're taking note of the issues, and when you get back, we expect to see some changes. We also have the head country, Nile Breweries. You know, we're discussing issues of quality and standards. For those of us who love their drink, they want it to the right taste, in the right volumes. So issues around standards are very key. And I'll turn to you, Mr. Alan Senyondwa, from the manufacturing perspective, but I also know that you have a history of working on issues of standards. Should it be just be about quality, quantity, increase production, beat up the numbers? What do we fit in this with quality? And as far as the post-budget processes are involved, What is UMA doing in terms of that space?
Wow. First and foremost, allow me to start where we have been, the area of standards. And allow me in this instance, first and foremost, to thank PSFU. Many of you may not remember that 4 years ago, the issue of standards was so nasty that you would go to UNBS. For every manufacturer who is in here, or anyone who has done something and wants something from UNBS, this is the process, and you all know. You go pay money. Where does the money go? To the treasury, not to UNBS. So we took 6 years to understand what the issue was. We have given you our money. You're not giving us a service. But after that very huge engagement, we were told the process, and that is where the problem was. That we pay our money, the money goes to the central treasury, and then they have to request for the money. And the money comes 2 quarters later. Now, I remember PSFU poured about $1 million, $1.2 million, and at least the small SMEs were supported. Because we insisted that money was never to go to the treasury, it was supposed to do the work. Now the government has responded, has put money there. No, I will use the CEO's words, has indicated that it has put money there. If that money really goes to UNBS, we were going to disturb UNBS to ensure that we really get that support. I thought that should be made very clear. Now, someone thinks that we are happy. No, we are not happy. But we appreciate where work has been done. Let us understand the situation we are in. For example, we have put 400 billion into UDB. Anyone who is in manufacturing knows that on average you'll need some $500 million to set up a proper plant. So you can only support about 600 companies. So when I hear someone saying that UDB is taking too long to give us money, they simply don't have the money. And we need to put it plain clear, there is no money in UDB. 480 billion for a whole nation is, by the way, I should still thank government. They have improved from 200 to 480. I didn't want my colleague to think we are all happy and we are all roses, but we are seeing improvements and you should give credit where that is. But 480 billion is way too low for any one of us to get any substantive support. I'll give an example so that we understand. In 2016, the late Ambassador Onen went to the UAE and he was given a deal by Uganda because he claimed something that we have. We have goats. Goats are on the streets, goats are in the mountains, goats are everywhere. The Arabs said, wow, you mean you have goats all over the place? Yes, we do. Can you supply us 1,000 goats every week? And I'm coming back to where my friend Humphrey has been. Yes, we can. Boards the plane, comes back to Uganda. He took 1.5 months to get 1,000 goats. And he promptly requested that that deal be cancelled because there's no way he was going to get other goats. I'll give a second one. In 2018, His Excellency the President goes to Zambia and Mozambique. And he also promises heaven on earth. Do you want sugar? We have sugar. Do you want maize? You don't have to talk about maize. It's all over the place. Honorable Amelia Chambade calls us to her beautiful office and requests that we put together 500,000 tons of maize to go to Zambia. May I say the only thing we exported is the sugar. The maize, we failed. What is the issue? The issue is the modeling we have. Whenever I see Honorable Secretary, for me, I look at her as the epitome, or if you want to speak agriculture, that is where to go. We liberalize this country and threw the door away. This is what we are telling a farmer to do. And I insist, for us who are in agro-processing, who are in marketing outside the country, this is what we are telling a farmer to do. And it's wrong. We are telling a farmer, please, go and look for the best seeds. And the best place you might get those seeds is somewhere called Container Village. Be sure you separate between the guy who can and the person who cannot give you the proper seeds. As you come back, don't forget to calculate when that rain is going to come. Please be sure that the rain comes on time. We're taking a P2, P3 dropout. We are telling this same person, please be ready, weed. Because we want that maize to grow. Okay, now time has come for harvesting. Please harvest and do all the post-harvest handling properly. Now, lastly, go and look for the market. It is impossible. It's a task. You are telling it's futility. We used to have cooperatives, and cooperatives did two things for us as farmers. I don't have to worry about the seeds because the best seeds are where? At the cooperative. I don't have to worry about weeding and acaricides and pesticides. Where are they? At the cooperative. I don't have to worry about post-harvest handling. Why? Because there's an extension worker where? At the cooperative. And now lastly, I don't have to worry about selling. Why? The cooperative will do that for me. Now, if you are in agro-processing like my father, Mr. Ruabogu, all he wants is show me where the warehouse for grain is. I go there and buy. I don't want to walk through the whole entire village. 2 bags here, 4 bags there. 10 bags here, 20 bags there. That is not economics. For anyone who is an economist. Economics deals with production, distribution, marketing. And what crowns it up all? Finance. So what have we done? We have taken a very good model called the PDM. And what are we saying? No, this is $1 million for you. To a person who has never held $1 million, you give him $1 million, what happens? Mojetu zirie. So half of the money is eaten, then the other half, okay, but it's also put in production. Now, the issue is, with the push, that's called a push approach. And a push approach does one challenge. It never yields the results that is intended to. So what we are requesting government is turn that model around. Institute back your cooperatives, let them do all the other work, put the money there so that the people can sell the produce. So I'll end by this, just to ensure we speak about standards and market. Friends, in the East African community, there is only one country which has benefited from AGOA. The country is called Kenya. It has 94% of all the trade done between East Africa and America is done by Kenya. 94%. We other East African countries share 6%. Why? Because of the model again. In Kenya, not everyone goes and takes his 5 kilos of maize to America. No. They have what they call aggregators. And the aggregators are the ones who sell the product to America. So if you want 1,000 tons, 500,000 tons, they have them. What are we been encouraging our people to do? Everyone get on a plane and go where? To America. We cannot do that. We need to find a system for aggregating, and we need to find a system for marketing our produce. We are not selling to China Mukaka. People, when we do international trade, we don't sell to where? China Mukaka. We are selling across, and those people need millions of tons of whatever we produce. So I am deliberate on insisting on agro-processing, because this country, that is where its biggest advantage is.
Yeah.
Before I go to my brother there, Humphrey, when he starts producing, we will get huge benefits. But until then, it is agro-processing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan. Production, distribution, and marketing. So for every business, for every private sector man or woman, has to take this into consideration. But also you speak passionately about the issue of information. And I've just taken note that it has to be the right information to the right person, given out in the right way and at the right time, to be able to deal with some of the constraints that we are seeing there. Now, I'll take one opinion from the audience. There's someone from the Grain Council represented in this meeting. And I think it would be important to particularly hear from you. What's your perspective on the issues that we are discussing now? What do you see as the budget addressing, and what do we need to do as people in this room? Okay.
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Once again, my name is Dr. Dennis Ngavirano. I'm the CEO of Sam's Food Industries, the manufacturers of your favorite brand, Sums. About the budget, I think, in my own opinion, what the government has done is in fulfillment of God's words. In Exodus 23:30, God says, little by little, I will drive you out before, I'll drive them out before you until you have increased and possess the land. When you look at all the priority areas that the government labels priority, they have been allocated 4 trillion out of the 72 trillion, translating into an approximated 5.5%. Is that the opposite? The opposite is true. You can't say that these are the priority areas and you give them 4 trillion.
Yeah.
We are beneficiaries of the agricultural credit facility. We've set up a very large facility and we have equipped it. Actually, the second largest crisps company in East Africa. Believe me, the whole of last week we shut down the line. We did not have inputs. We don't have the potatoes to make the crisps. And people think that every variety on the market is a crisping material. No. People complain that the products are not available. How can we become export ready when we are not investing as per the promise of the government?
Thank you.
There is a problem. There is a mismatch. And the government is equally doing another wrong model. They are investing in so many parts of the country, setting up industries, equipping them with machinery, but the sourcing remains a very big challenge. We must address issues to deal with the sustainability beginning from the grassroots.
Thank you. Yeah.
Otherwise, these conversations of East African integration will never work. We can not trade across the border. We are ready to export, but we don't have what to export.
Thank you.
I submit.
Thank you so much. I think he raises a very key point, and I'll ask Mr. Hakim Lema. Hakim, if I can have the mic
Yeah, I wanted to also add on something. And I am now not speaking as PSFU. I'm speaking as a chair of the board of Nyozila Company. It's a company owned by government to do mangoes in Yumbe. So UDC has shares, and I'm the chair of that board. And government invested in money. We have the factory. We have the machines. We are stuck. There are no mangoes. So this issue is real. You only have one season per year. So some of these things are very practical. We have money on our account. The staff are there. We waited for the season. It couldn't be enough. We had this one which was there. There's a cooperative. They couldn't supply good mangoes. Now we have to wait until next year. So I think this issue is a real issue. And I think under advocacy, we need to think through, as government is looking at all these other programs. There's a whole huge cluster program project in the Ministry of Agriculture. Some of these projects, they don't involve private sector thinking. And I think we need to really take a step and see whatever interventions government is doing, what is the private sector thinking on that table? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll pick one person from the audience and I'll get back to our multidisciplinary panel. Give the mic to Mr. Mwanje Robert, who is the chairman of the Grains Council. Mr. Mwanje, speak to the issues that we are discussing here on the issue of standards, quality and quantity, and what you think needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Mwanje Robert is my name. I'm a grain trader and processor too, and I'm the chairman of the Grain Council of Uganda. My brother Alan has spoken so passionately about grain, but I need to give some data. At the time of liberalization, we had storage capacity of 67,000. We have upped that to close to 1 million tons. But now the problem, the biggest problem, is government has failed to implement a very simple policy of saying grain that does not conform to the standards, both UAS and EAS, should not be traded. With that capacity, we have a processing capacity of 10,000 metric tons per hour, per day in this country. I challenge any one of you, go to any of our facilities. At the inception of the season, they remain silent. Why? Because first of all, you cannot go to a bank with a speculative mind. You borrow $2 million when you don't know who is going to buy it. Number two, we have allowed our neighbors to come and buy our grain right from the farm. Actually, they don't buy the farm. Sorry, they don't buy the grain, they buy the farms. Now, after doing that, they load onto the trucks and ferry it out. UNBS, URA, Ministry of Trade, they are watching. We have made noise until we said, okay, maybe we wait for Jesus to come and he settles this. Now, cost of borrowing is incredibly high. Many, if you see one of our departed colleagues, his facilities are up for sale. Do you know why? Partly because of that. Now, what are we saying? We're asking government to do a very simple thing. In 2015, this grain trade policy, the concept started in my boardroom. It later became a policy which was never implemented. I challenge anyone from the Ministry of Trade to say it was, not even an inch. Now, it was reviewed, the same policy. With a very good implemented strategy, nothing has been done. We are saying, do one thing. Don't stop the grain from crossing the border, but only allow tradable grain. Grade it. When I say primary processing, I'm talking of buying, cleaning, drying, grading, then export. Now, our market is competing with us at the farm. I thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. I think those are key issues, as Dr. Ruth also mentioned. issues around quality standards and so on. And for us, as one of the actions from this dialogue, we want to work with government, but also really the private sector players in some of the possible interventions that can help us address this gap. Thank you so much for that, and we take note of that information. I'll now turn back to the panel, and I'll be coming to you, Dr. Ntale. We've had this discussion around productivity levels, scaling, quality, and so on, and we know that majority of the people involved in this sector, men and women are there, but there are women. And we know that one of the issues this budget has adopted is being gender sensitive, as per the Public Finance Management Act of 2016 and the whole certificate of gender equity. Tell us, what do we need to do to ensure that the women entrepreneurs are not left out because of the barriers like the ones we're discussing around standards? And then you can also speak about how institutions like the Gracia Machel can work with the private sector and with the government to prepare the women to benefit more from this business environment.
I don't want still people to misunderstand me, but I always ask myself, because we work in 20 countries and I know what exactly happens. And I always ask myself, why is it that some things are easier in other countries and some things are harder in Uganda? And I don't know whether it's about Ugandans. I don't know whether it's about, failure to, be realistic. But I'll just share with you, and I want Madame Sechitoreko to meet this lady. Now, this is a life story. This lady was I can call her a billionaire. She had outgrowers. She got a contract from one of the beer companies to supply sorghum. She borrowed money, thank you to the Microfinance Support Center, 250 million. All the ladies were excited. The sorghum came. Then the team came on the ground. And there is something called aflatoxins, I think. So all the sorghum was declined. 2 months later, the husband passed away. She was a doctor. 3 months later, the son, who was 28, passed away. You should meet this lady. And then the other son got also an accident, and the lady got an accident. So she's now in crutches. So what the Microfinance Support Center is trying to do, which we have intervened, for people who work with me know that we run an ombudsman, a financial ombudsman, to try and see how we help such people. They want to sell. The only property the husband left is in Namugongo. The son was doing pharmacy. He has missed because he was on private. The other one was doing engineering. They had only 3 sons. These are real examples that some of you need to listen. And I'm going to share the number so that somebody can just talk to her. Actually, she's now in hiding. She stays with somebody in Chaliwaja to make sure that, people don't get her. What am I trying to say is, we have designed a lot of interventions, like the Microfinance Support Center, but there is something at the end Uganda has not addressed. And I'll request that private sector and other people copy from other countries. What happened to the real insurance of financial products? What happened? I listened to the budget, I listened to the presentations, the MD for private sector. Is there a way, Ruth, we can have some portion of money? It's bad that Serena has left. Like they have designed in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, so that there is some money under insurance that can help people like that. She has written a letter for help from the president. It's now 2 years. She doesn't have a response. So she's going to lose everything she ever worked for. So I think we need to look at the issue of insurance seriously. We need to simplify bidding processes. Even you people here who have masters cannot understand some of the bidding documents in the country. How many pages roughly? Yeah? So we have women who have the capacity like Jackie. They have the money, but then the processes of some of these things. So it's one thing saying that from PPDA, 40% will be women. But have you prepared those women to be able to meet the expectations of the deliverables? As somebody who comes from the advocacy point of view, so many loopholes are still there in the interventions we do. I'll talk about of late, for people, I've seen one person who was with us at the Africa Union for the financial inclusion. The conclusion is very clear. In Africa, without protection of consumers of financial products, you cannot talk about inclusion. Inclusion is one thing, MD, but protection is another. So I think as a country, we need to seriously establish an independent financial ombudsman to let, sorry, I'm getting interrupted because some voices are coming this way. So if an independent financial ombudsman, oh, okay, the person who gave me the word is entering, so.
Thank you so much. We want to recognize the arrival of the PSST in amidst us. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, for joining us for this dialogue. Long-awaited chief guest, thank you so much for coming and joining us. We are really privileged to have you today, and you found us when we were having a panel discussion. We had very great discussions in the morning around what we are doing as a private sector. We had a very good dissection of the budget that was read last week, done by our CEO in a record time of less than an hour, to make sure that each member of the audience gets to understand what was in the budget. And now you found us in the middle of a multidisciplinary panel of experts trying to dissect what the budget holds, what are the priorities, but also to point out the fact that the private sector side is happy about the progress, some of the commitments that were put forward, and we still have more requests and proposals to make. And I know the CEO, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, and the board will be getting back to you on that. So you allow me, sir, we proceed, and Dr. Ntale, you have the
mic. Thank you so much. I was still talking about I worked in the bank for 11 years. When you were in the bank, you were told how to make money, and you were paid the 12th check based on what you have made. So your interest is not the person you are selling to. Your interest is your employer. So what other countries have done is to create an independent body that have trained people to advise people to make the right choices of which bank to go to, which savings account to open. Do you need a current account? Right now, most of you know. And most importantly, when you are borrowing, what is the structure? Most of the people that, and this is still based on research, most of the women that we are helping that fail to pay not because they are indisciplined, but because they were given the wrong credit structure. And just a little bit of tweaking it has made some of them be able to pay. So I think that's another area. And definitely, I cannot fail to talk about, in some countries, gender budgets are district focused, not country. To break them, why? Because now we believe that we have to focus on equitable development of the country with special focus on disadvantaged and resource poor districts. When somebody talks about Hoima now, everybody knows, even when you go there, things just changed. But there are some of those districts, you don't even want the world to know that they belong to the country you come from. So maybe in the next budgets, let's see how we can focus on particular districts and say, come this year, we want this district to have 1, 2, 3, based on the indicators I talked about. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ntale. You know, when she started speaking, she referenced Honorable Sechitoreko. And indeed, if you've been in this space, when you hear the name Honorable Sechitoreko, something comes into your mind, and that's about the voice agriculture. Hakim Lema, help me move the mic to Honorable Sechitoreko. Want to pick your mind, Honorable, on the issues around agro-industrialization, agro-processing, but a general picture on what the budget holds and what we need to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. This time, actually, now that the PSST is here, I'm not going to talk about agribusiness because Mr. Senyonda has done a very good job, and I thank him. So, Mr. PS, the question which has been asked here is, how do we build sustainability in whatever we are doing? And this is my suggestion. Whatever area you are looking at, I'll comment on the minerals area. Let us look at the sustainability. You are exporting gold. Has anybody looked to see what is happening in Namaingo now? All the soil has been dug up because we are looking for gold, and what we are leaving behind is just wasteland. Is that sustainable? That is one. Two, Mr. PS, ICT is complaining. They wanted 4 trillion, you gave them a few billions. And this is my comment. ICT, take it from me, you don't see what you don't know. Most of the people leading ICT ministry don't even know what you are talking about. If you are going to be shy and not talk for yourselves, you will not get this money. So since you are ICT, I want you to use the policy of the squeaking nut. Do some squeaking so that you talk about yourself. Otherwise, most people don't understand what you are talking about. Finally, when we talk about the future, when we talk about the budget, because we are here to talk about the budget, you normally budget for the future. Who owns the future? It's the children. Currently, the youth are 60% of the 70%, I'm told, depending on where you start counting. But let me start at age 16. These are in school. They are children. But 51% of our population is children, and they are not a priority. We don't mention education. We say when they are 60, whatever, 20 years, we take them to some industrial hub to quickly train them into something. Fortunately, the creatives are here. Madam Magola, can you teach anybody to become Obangaina in 2 weeks? So let us be realistic. Whatever we are doing here, whatever we are planning here, we should prepare people who are going to push it forward. Finally, whenever the word policy is mentioned, I want to share this with the whole of Uganda. I want you to say it in English and then you say it in Lusoga. What is policy? Enkola. What is policy? Enkola. But in quite a number of cases, when some Ugandans talk, you wonder whether they are talking target, they are talking whatever. There is no way you can say the policies of Uganda are very good, but the implementation is terrible. Either they are both good or they are bad. What is policy? Enkola. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sechitoleko. Enkola, after all the discussions and the budget indications, we put them into Enkola. We put them into practice. Thank you so much. We are coming close to the end of our panel discussion, and I'll now turn to the panelists for parting shots. When I was in a policy engagement advocacy, we were told if you met a policy maker in a lift, you're on 1st floor and you're going to 5th floor, you must be able to communicate to them before they get out of the lift, because you never get them anyway. So I'm going to ask our panelists to give us parting shots. And I'll start with you, Gideon. If there's that one thing that needs to happen after this dialogue for this budget, what is that?
So the ICT budget should be classified, in my view. Like how you see they invest in UPDF to say it's a classified budget. Because we may want to build the next Jumias, the next TikToks. We don't want the world to know. We want to test them in environments where no one knows. So our budget should be classified as ICT. And we're a core economic driver. Yeah. And the misalignment of the minister reading ICT to have 53% internet penetration rate when we have 28% internet penetration rate. But as an association, we believe we have around 6 million internet users because people have 2 SIM cards. So UCC has data that it has 11 million internet users. But if you count people who have 2 SIM cards, unique users, around 6 million. If you doubt, reach them through PDM online and target them and reach them. So that misalignment will cause us to ask the policymakers, declare a state of emergency, employ people in Uganda through IT, because the IT sector, which should be employing people, which should be the next cash cow for the economy, is given 0.5% of the budget of the 72 trillion, but also half of that budget, I'm sure even more, goes to communication at the ministry. So what will do actually, what will startups need in the villages, what will startups use everywhere, like if you want to employ people, if there is no enabling environment, how can we attract startups, innovate from Uganda? That's foreign exchange for URA, for everyone. So missed opportunities were very clear in this budget. So as an association, Mr. PSST, we would not agree with this budget. We reject it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gideon. I'll now turn to Alan. Your parting shots and what more needs to be done to make this realistic for the manufacturing sector. Let's have your audience, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Mr. PSST, thank you for coming. We have discussed a number of issues, but there is about 2 issues that we request that you take along with you as you leave. Number 1, the productive sector. The budget in that direction may be good, but is not aligned to reality. What are we saying? Asking a farmer to do everything for himself, no nyensigo, look for the acaricides, pesticides, ate gendo ononye akatale. One P4 dropout cannot do that. What are we asking? The aggregation centers to come back into play. The cooperatives must come back into play. To play the following. Number 1, provide the farmer with the seeds, the right ones, not these container village seeds. Number 2, the acaricides, not again container village acaricides, but rather from a cooperative which is directly responsible for that area to ensure that those seeds that the plants are well done. Lastly, that the farmer does not have to go into the marketplace. The cooperative should do that for the farmer. Why? Because as we speak, sir, your industries have no inputs. Mr. Sams is on your left, no inputs. Mr. Rwabogo is on your right, no inputs. Why? The Kenyans bought off the farms a long time ago. So we don't have any inputs. He has spent 2 weeks, no potatoes. Mr. Rwabogo's grain is all gone by the Kenyans. So he will not produce you enough sunflower for that one. Lastly, the issue of financing alignment. We have put money. In fact, the headline was, the money has come. If you are not prepared, there is no money for you. There is no money. What are we saying? We are trying to request that if it's money for manufacturing, if there are roads, let us know that these are roads for manufacturing. If there are agricultural roads, let us know. You have a budget for manufacturing 400 billion. What is it going to do? There is 483 billion you've put in UDB. A manufacturer on average needs 500 million. That's only 800 companies you can support, Monsieur PSST. What we are saying is put your money where your mouth is. To achieve the tenfold growth, we are going to need a lot of production to take place. We are going to need distribution to take place. And lastly, we are going to need marketing to take place. When we are selling internationally, we are not selling to China mukaka. We are selling hundreds of millions of tons. We need aggregation companies to support the farming sector and the industrial sector to export. That way, sir, you will achieve your tenfold growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alan, and to you, Brenda Sekawembe. And as you give your parting shots, speak through for that woman or other entrepreneur that is out there, especially the fact that you have the PSST and also the fact that you're a beneficiary of the GROW project. Thank you.
You forced me to go that direction. I'll start with that, but I have to give my special parting shots to URA.
Thank you.
About GROW, I want to thank the government the Ministry of Gender and Private Sector Foundation for remembering the woman, because everyone knows that women go through so many challenges. For example, what Dr. Topista mentioned, the story, you know. So thank you for remembering us. Thank you for holding our hand. Someone who goes out of their way to skill you, to train you, really loves you and wants to see you thrive. So thank you. Sorry about the men, but it is what it is. My parting shots to Uganda Revenue Authority. Okay. Beg for me got a loan from DFCU Bank without a single problem. I have to say this because there's a lot of backlash from ladies, and ladies, we need to be very honest. When the truth is that your husband has refused to give you the title, you go to social media as collateral. You go to social media and say there is no money, they refuse to give me the money, they are giving the money to their friends. But I can attest that I got the loan without making any special calls or looking for friends to help me. So thank you very much. 200 million, I think that's the maximum they were giving. I look forward to getting back 5% of the interest. And it's the first time. The last loan I'd got, I was actually paying from a commercial bank I won't mention. I was paying 27% interest. Like she said, we need advice. You get very excited about an unsecured loan. When someone is advertising it, they'll tell you the interest rate is 18%. So you do it this year, next year, another. And by the time you open your eyes to read those documents, the interest rate rose to 27%. So we are really, really happy and humbled. I pray that one day we can get loans at 5%, you know, interest rate or lower. My parting remarks to Uganda Revenue Authority. Thank you very much, Mr. PS, for those proposed amendments. I mentioned already, I'm asking on behalf of SMEs and everyone in the business sector, if you could use the energy that you use to catch us, to really, really make our lives uncomfortable, if you could divert those resources into getting more taxpayers, especially these farmers, by the way, we hear they're making a lot of money, but we don't know if they are also adding to the national basket. I think that will make Uganda a better place to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And the call has reached, definitely. URA is represented in the House. To you, Dr. Theo, tell us, what are your parting shots?
So as she was speaking, I remembered that my son ordered some tablets that help him. He's pre-diabetic, and the cost was $140. And URA gave us an assessment of 720,000. So we have decided to leave them in Entebbe.
Wow.
I tried to talk to all the top people, you know. So this is very serious. I actually remembered. And this morning he was so stressed. He said, Mommy, I'm putting on weight again. He's just 24. And they are not in Uganda. You can only get them in Canada. So so anyway, it's a big thing. Anyway, this is what I want to close with. I request that financial institutions try to design products that address particular segments. Not only, you can dissect women entrepreneurs in different categories. So if they are importers, they are importers, and the product should be palatable to the importing. If they are exporters, if they're in production, so we are having a problem of misaligned financial products. Definitely, where other countries have done it well, they have offered credit guarantees. I respect GROW, but to get GROW money, you still need collateral. What has Nigeria done? What has Liberia done? Women can get funds without collateral. So until we address that missing fund. So where do we get this money to put aside in financial institutions to make sure that they are not worried? But I also want to use this opportunity to appeal to the women out there. We had a discussion on Bukede. this money is not yours. When you take it, know that you have to pay it. And lastly, prepare yourself. I always tell people when I'm training them, when you are planning to go to the bank, you are like somebody preparing to get married. Make sure that the bank find you palatable. But just saying, grow money, people didn't give me money. Are you prepared to receive money that doesn't belong to you? It's a very big problem. You get what I mean? You don't want to pay tax, you don't want to register, you don't want to be transparent. One of them told me, I will not tell you those details, as if I'm a URI person. So I think that is something also we have to work on. I request people to read about the only have 3 Ugandans that have so far been able to access 20,000, 30,000. This fund is a blended finance vehicle, and you don't need collateral to access it, but you must meet certain standards. And that brings me to the last word I want to say today. How easy is it going to be for Ugandans we are trying to help access all these interventions that government has put in place? Even if you put there the Agricultural Recovery Fund and the PSST is here, I did something, please forgive me. I tried to study the people that had accessed this fund, and it was the same people repeatedly. So what happens to the majority? What percentage of Ugandans are prepared and are ready emotionally, even by way of the records, who can be able to walk into the central bank or in these financial institutions and be able to, to access this money? And lastly, this came out from the workshop we had at Africana. When you put some of these funds in financial institutions, still the financial institutions have to balance giving out that money and also their own, because the profitability is different. Is there a way, the way they have done it in Liberia, the way they have done it in DRC Congo, that this money can be a certain percentage, we just give it a trial, to be channeled through an organization that has only that to do, not the other business to run? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tio. That's an innovation, and being part of the gender financing innovations, we take note of that. Mr. Humphrey Asimwe, your parting shots.
Thank you very much. So my parting shots are in 3 parts to 3 different people in this room. The very first are to the private sector here. With the inauguration of NDP 4, look out for any opportunities that exist that you can leverage. Look out for where you can park yourself and invest, or where you can, serve, because there are opportunities that exist, and if we are not careful, the season can pass and we move on to other sectors when you have not leveraged them. NDP 4 opens up opportunities for energy, because one key thing is that energy needs to get to every last person in Uganda. Energy generation needs to be scaled up. What can you do in that ecosystem to make money for your business? You may not be directly generating energy, but you might be in a support service. Taking interest in that. Mining is another area. The National Mining Company is coming forth and is being capitalized. There are opportunities that are going to be opening up right there. So take interest in that. Oil and gas, Kabalega Industrial Park was mentioned. And with Kabalega Industrial Park, with all the petrochemical industries there and all the other industries that will be in that industrial park, take interest and make sure that you participate in this so that you're not a bystander. To the agencies, the organizations in this room that are involved in advocacy, PSFU, and all the other associations, how do we help organizations, companies in this country to be sustainable? Grow. You're giving people money. Fabulous. Well and good. And you know what? We need more money. But even as you're doing that, How are we building sustainability into our business models? Because it hurts to open a door and the Ugandan company walks in, but they cannot stay in the room long enough. How are we building sustainability and resilience for Ugandan businesses? How are we helping them? Is it a policy issue? Is it modeling? Is it capacity building? Is it some kind of technical support? We heard from the grain companies, the association. What can be done? What did we do wrong? How can we go and correct that from the very beginning? To the government, we are glad the PSST is here. The money man, colleagues, the money man has come. But even as he's here, there are a couple of things that we want to pray and ask. That if we want to benefit from our minerals as a country, it is time for us to do mapping and exploration of this country. Real mapping, real exploration. It is time for us to pick some 4-5 minerals. Uganda is endowed with about 58 minerals. But we pick some 4 or 5 minerals that have off-takers market, that have need, that are niche minerals, and we focus there. We focus there to be able to package them for both domestic and foreign investment. We focus there to be able to map and explore that information, because right now you ask anyone world over to come to Uganda, they ask you, what do you have? What data do you have? What, you know, what are the opportunities like for these kinds of minerals? Let's pick 4 or 5 minerals, not very many. Let's have the information that we need. Let's package it. Let's all read from the same script. Let's avoid these kind of things you see on social media, where somebody took some information about gold in this country and blew it completely out of proportion. Completely. Because some small desk somewhere in some agency in this country released information that was not true. Let's focus from a government point of view, do some mapping and exploration, and also be able to package 4 or 5 minerals, but also think as a region, because our neighbors are leveraging and benefiting from their mineral resources. An example is in Western Uganda, in southwestern Uganda, the president the other day, I think last year, he did inaugurate a tin smelter, the first of the kind in this country, doing tin smelting up to over 95%. Brilliant. But again, inputs are not there. Why? Because a lot of the tin, and you know the geology does not respect boundaries, a lot of the cassiterite or the ore is, yes, on the Ugandan side, but then also on the Tanzanian side. And the Tanzanians are thinking of building their own smelter on the northwestern part of Tanzania, which will definitely render ours on our end useless. Yeah. Let's think as a region when it comes to mineral development, because at the end of the day, the geology does not respect boundaries. We can grow together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, panelists. And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, thank our panelists for sharing their knowledge and expertise. I'll introduce them back. Mr. Humphrey Asimwe is the CEO Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. We have Dr. Theopis Tantali from the Grasha Marshall Trust. We have Ms. Brenda Sekabembe, CEO and founder Bake For Me. We have Mr. Alan Senyondwa, the director with the Uganda Manufacturers Association, and Mr. Nkrunun Gideon, the CEO of the ICTAU. And with me, your moderator, my name is Dr. Kukunda Rebecca. I gladly serve at PSFU as a gender specialist, and it's been an honor leading us through these discussions. A round of applause to our panelists. We'll now have a photo, and then we go into the closing session. So let's have a photo. You may raise up, and then we have a photo. I need to be advised on who can join the photo. I want to be advised. Okay, he was not a panelist. So this is a photo for the panelists and the moderators. Thank you very much. You can now go back to your seats. We'll now go into our closing session and to production.
A single mother of three runs a boutique business in Pakwach town, close to the main market. After her primary 7, she was admitted.
Take us to the next.
Thank you very much. Can I request you to all stand? I know you have been seated for a long time. We don't want the Ministry of Health to come here. Just stand. When you are discussing figures, sometimes the brain loses. So just stand to your left. Greet your neighbor. Aha. Yes. Yeah.
In Kaberamaidu district, 360 kilometers from Kampala, is a one Akula Lucia, a widow who operates a grocery shop. Life became hard for her when her husband died, as he was the sole breadwinner for the family. She opened shop in 2017 and now has one of the largest shops in Kaberamaidu that even sells in wholesale to other traders from neighboring districts. It came to a point in some seasons that she ran out of stock. The grow loan has boosted her restocking ability on a timely basis to serve her customers, hence making more profits. This has facilitated her to join 3 saving groups that enable her to balance her finances, cater for her family, and fund her children's education.
In 2023, when we have a lot of customers, but we have a smaller money. Like people come and ask for this, it's not there. So I decided to go and get a grow loan. That's why when we get a grow loan, up to now, my business is okay. And we are running it, and I'm happy with my business. I'm happy with the grow loan. When I get the grow loan, I start with my business. I add it to my business. When I add it there, it is now I can get something small.
Akulo has now ventured into cattle rearing to expand her income.
When I'm in the village there, it is me alone protecting the whole family. So when I put those things there, like those bulls there, when they produce, it can help me with these children. If paying school fees comes or what, you can pick one and sell and take the child back to school.
She is happy that the grow loan has boosted her confidence in having a bright future.
Yeah, I'm happy with the grow loan. Even the percent they give us is okay, and I'll pay that money back in time. My advice to women in Kaberamaidu, I'm saying grow loan is not a bad loan. They have a low interest in grow loan. I advise them to go and get that grow loan, then they also continue with their business. I just thank the grow projects for giving me this money, and I'm happy with them.
afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kajingo, Vice Chair of the Board of Private Sector Foundation, and I'll stand on the protocol already observed. You're welcome, PSST, Ramadan Govi, and in this room you have a fair representation of the private sector across all the 13 sectors that mirror Uganda's economy, including financial institutions. Commendation to our GROW team led by Dr. Aisha Kasolo for putting this together, and our CEO and your entire team. Greetings from our chair, Humphrey Nzei, who is away on a business engagement, and Mr. PSST, we've had a productive evening. I'm very delighted that you've listened in to what our versatile panel had to say, and a bit from the audience, including from our ever vigilant Honorable Sech-Toleko. In this room, I have colleagues, Doctor, and you know we suffering an epidemic of doctorates. And we have Shali Kongai, the chair of the policy committee, and Honorable Rachel Magola, my friend. Thank you for spending the whole morning with us. And I'm very delighted to see so many familiar faces. You're welcome, and thank you for keeping time. Mr. PSST, you've been here since 8 a.m., and we thank you for making time out of your very busy schedule. And through you, to commend government for being the anchor country for regional stability, without which many of our efforts to advance the private sector would have been hindered. We commend you for containing inflation at 3.4%. The macroeconomics look very good. A stable shilling, one of the most stable on the continent, and this is in spite of disruptions in global supply chains, geopolitical risks, and the rate of return on investment in Uganda is 14%. So commendation. And for the economy, which is projected to grow at least 7% this financial year. So I'll go straight to our views in brief on the allocations to the private sector. First, to commend you for aligning the budget with the NDP4. We welcome especially the 3-year income tax holiday for startups. Doesn't the PSST deserve a round of applause for that? It will certainly encourage more young businesses to start innovation and formalization of businesses. We've also noted an increase in allocations to domestic areas from 200 billion shillings last year to 1.4 trillion shillings this year. However, Mr. PSST, domestic areas cripple so many businesses in the country, and our ask is that you extinguish these domestic areas in the next 2 years. We'll be so happy if you cater for that. In respect to tourism, recently, about 3 days ago, government flagged off the Kabalem Gahinga road project, and that is a major boost to tourism. In a bid to make credit more affordable, stamp duty on mortgages and agreements has been scrapped. Isn't that fantastic? We also welcome the recapitalization of UDB by another 1 trillion shillings to power industrialization, jobs, and productivity. However, Mr. PSST, our very knowledgeable panel, has also pointed out that this will only enable less than 600 companies. So our ask, therefore, is that you continue to increase allocation to UDB. We also welcome capitalization of production at Uganda's lowest administrative unit, the parish, by about $30,000 through PDM and a total of 1 trillion shillings. Recently, we had an engagement at which it was noted that although we keep talking the African Continental Free Trade Area, which often is pegged to the population, 1.5 billion people, the statistics show that Africans' purchasing power is still low. And in that regard, we welcome the capitalization of production to the household level by government in the hope that more Ugandans join the money economy, the purchasing power increases, and therefore our products have a big market. Of course, government is, and you've seen the president driving industrialization. Many more young people are now producing and manufacturing products. The more they do, we will certainly saturate our market in Uganda, which is why we've been partnering with government and the PSST, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, East African Community Affairs, to integrate regional markets. And in that respect, we note government's efforts to resolve both non-tariff and technical barriers in the region. However, Mr. PSST, we note cross-cutting challenges to the private sector. I had a conversation this morning with Mukwano and UBL, represented here by Jackie, Mukwano represented by Mr. Rabogo, and I'm told that with many of these manufacturers, their WhatsApp groups are trending with power cuts and fluctuations. And Mr. PSST, I know that you know that manufacturing operates on 3 phases. And so if one phase goes off, it means the other ones are out. So that's a challenge that we really request is sorted. The other one is persistent high lending rates compared to 1.5% Chinese lending rates. And you know that Chinese companies are in our market. So this direct competition, we are borrowing at 17%, but yet China and other countries, including some in the region, the rates have really are going down. So this makes our products not competitive. And in that regard, Mr. PSST, we have an ask. Our fantastic team at GROW and private sector at large shall be introducing collateral-free loans starting next financial year. But before you offer us applause, this is for women. The focus will be women in refugee and hosting communities, as well as districts that are underserved. But you know that these are big markets. So the multiplier effect is that it benefits the entire private sector. We, however, have an ask. We've already applied to the office of the PSST. So we are relying on you, Mr. PSST, for approvals to clear onboarding of additional financial institutions for that game changer. The other challenge, Mr. PSST, and we note the indication, and I would like to be careful here, that the budget indicates that there is increased allocation to UNBS. However, we've been experiencing challenges in certification, delays the entire year. This we request that should be resolved. With that noted, we commend you, Mr. PSST, and the government at large for adopting the raft of our proposals for so many years. And we have registered an increase from 73% in 2019 to 85% this financial year. We thank you for that open door policy. I'll comment briefly on other sectors. Tourism, we are pleased with the budget increase for tourism from shillings 289 billion to shillings 430 billion, specific for direct investments. Additionally, approximately shillings 2.2 trillion has been allocated to complementary initiatives that support the sector, including the development of tourism, roads, expansion of ICT, infrastructure in tourism zones, construction of facilities for the Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, and enhancement of security in key tourist areas. Tourism holds immense potential to generate up to $50 billion annually by 2040. And commendation for the start of construction in Mugahinga. We really welcome that. On mineral-based industrialization, you have heard from Humphrey Asime, who was really, who spoke very extensively about their needs. We recommend establishment of a dedicated fund of shillings 400 billion to support industrial park infrastructure and scaling up of mineral refining capacity. Science, technology, and innovation. We welcome government's continued support for science, technology, and innovation, and notable investments in initiatives such as Chira Motors. For the financial year 2025-2026, 835 billion has been earmarked to advance STI efforts encompassing ICT and the creative arts. To build on this momentum, PSFU, in partnership with the Ministry of Trade, are formulating a national startup policy and the establishment of venture capital financing mechanisms, as well as I think this now to URA. You know, URA is an implementer. Just as the Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko was explaining earlier, sometimes URA takes the beating, but the people to receive that beating should be finance, who are very well represented by the PSST and Ms. Nanono of the Private Sector Department, who operates by an open door policy, for which we are grateful. I have spoken about the high interest rates. Now, to you, the private sector, the business community, we have a big risk as a country, which is misinformation and disinformation. Our fingers are very fast. I usually am on most of your WhatsApp groups. You see misinformation forwarded many times. But if this is a link of fake news, what that means is that anybody interested in FDI in Uganda will Google Uganda, and because you have forwarded several times fake news, this really negatively impacts us as a country. It impacts our partnerships. So let our fingers be slow to forward, verify first. I know that government as well as the rest of us in the media are now, going to distill some of these fact checkers to enable you fact check before you forward. The other one is leadership in your associations. Are you sweating the small stuff as a board, as the leadership of your association? Are you strategic? Do you support your executive team? Are you keeping tabs with industry trends in your area? What does the region, what's the status of the region in respect to your sectors, to your industries? And in that respect, I commend our Chief Membership Officer, he was here earlier, Mr. Francis Kisirinya, who, and his team, who has always engaged you, not just on business development, but corporate governance of your associations. The other one that I would not leave this podium before I speak about is access to green financing. ESG is fast becoming a global standard around the world. Partners, funders do not need our permission to look through our companies, look through our associations, and many of these investors and partners are now quickly pegging investment to sustainability, to ESG. So I know that our teams at PSFU, the Chief Executive Officer, Stephen Asimwe, and Francis, will be coming to you to engage you on sustainability, on the triple bottom line: people, planet, and profits. Are you only focused on profits? How do you treat your people? The social in the ESG. And nobody needs your permission to really establish that your people are not well treated. Commendation to Uganda Manufacturers Association. I see you working towards limiting dumping of waste and environmental degradation. Lastly, I'm sure you keep tabs with what's happening around the world. You have seen His Excellency President Trump advancing an inward-looking approach. So where does that leave Africa? Where does that leave us as business people? I know that corporate Uganda has for so many years been guided by what corporate America does, to the extent that when the Democrats rolled out DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, we all dashed, we hit the ground running. Now I see Mr. Trump advancing MEI, merit, excellence, and intelligence. And for that matter, and speaking about intelligence, how have you readied yourselves for generative artificial intelligence to grow your businesses? These are the conversations we are going to have in the near future. Mr. PSST, this year in August, we will make 30 years, and we thank our members, thank our leaders, our founders, Dr. James Mulwana, may his soul rest in peace, as well as all the chairs, Dr. Patrick Vitature, Honorable Gerard Sendaula, members of our advisory board, Professor Maggie Chigozi, who is very inspirational, Dr. Eli Karhanga, and now Mr. Humphrey Nzei, who I have been pleased to lead the private sector, a pleasant person, very exposed, but who never ceases in ensuring that we move as a team. Sometimes I'm out there looking and listening to him in admiration about how he navigates crises and challenges, and we keep moving. So I'm really happy that we have had a productive post-budget dialogue, and I thank you all for keeping time. May your businesses thrive, and I wish you a fantastic business year. It's now my distinct honor to invite the PSST, Mr. Ramadhan Gobi, to deliver his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chairman of PSFU, you know, in Africa, the English taught us very little English. When they are ladies, want to say chairperson. The word chairman, it does not mean he's a man. From today, we call them chairman. So, chairman, thank you. The CEO, of course, the chairman with your board, and the CEO and your team. There are a number of senior government officials I've seen. My eyes and ears for private sector, Diana, she's doing a fantastic job to tell us what is happening and what is missing. Of course, there are so many good friends here. When I scan the room, this is where I belong. They just took me somewhere. I'm delighted to be here once again to have a conversation with the private sector. Sorry, I came in a little bit late when you have digested the issues, but I'm pretty sure, because as I've told you, ears and eyes were around here, I will be very well briefed, and I will attend to your issues with our colleagues in the government. We are improving. I saw some people were saying, no, this is this. You're not giving us enough money here. We are improving. I'm told by the CEO now we are at 85%. When I was a teacher, that is A. Huh? At MBA, we are now A students in the government listening to private sector. That is very, very critical. Of course, I found Mnabutambala again quarreling. But this time, she's not talking about creatives. Creatives attended too. I want to say we are listening. We are listening, government. This one I want to assure you, because many of the things you are seeing in the budget, they came from these dialogues. And we are responding to them. We have a matrix, we track them. And you see, it's only the budget constraint, which, you know, I usually tell people, a budget is like our lives. You may come to Protea with some appetite. Your appetite is for chicken and a lot of other things. But when you check your wallet, the wallet is for beans, you know. You can't say no, give me a supplementary to have chicken. Or I will make sure that I eat chicken. No, you eat what you can afford to pay. And that's the spirit we are trying to also to grow in government, so that we can budget within the constraint that we have. But I want to assure you that we are improving. I also told Pista, it has been a while. This lady, when I met her first time, she told me, PS, you have a credit reference bureau, a bureau which helps the lenders to track us and inform them that this borrower is risky, is not likely to pay back. That credit reference bureau gives every prospective borrower a finance card. If you are fond of borrowing multiple, you borrow from one bank, you put there the collateral, then you go and use another copy of the title to borrow from another one and another one, you are likely to find difficulty in paying. That's why we created a reference bureau where all lenders first refer to check, to carry out a due diligence on the borrowers. Is that borrower risky? Is he already engaged? Has he over borrowed? And is he fond of borrowing and doesn't pay back? But we did not have a customer reference bureau where the customer can also refer amongst the lenders who has a tendency of misbehaving. He gives you a loan at 15%. When you sign like this, all of a sudden the interest rate changes, or some other hidden costs. And or they have a tendency of predatory lending. They give you money with the intention of taking your collateral. So Pista told me, PS, this is what you need to work on. When I had just been appointed, and we've been working with them, I want to tell you, we now have a customer reference bureau we are going to put in place so that we can be able to help you, the borrowers, to also check on these lenders so that they don't commit the crimes they don't want you to commit on them. So I'm glad to find her on a panel discussing other things. I don't know which things, but she had a very well researched area of that. And we are going to work together to ensure that we close that gap. There is someone who commented on accessibility to the interventions. I want to tell you that this is our main area of focus. And we are improving it by doing what? Digitizing, using digital capabilities. Because in financial inclusion, you need to target the right people and ensure that there is no elite capture, or the elite capture is reduced. You know, in our programs, the elite used to capture, most of them. You send money in a village, the elite in that village are the first one to get. You send again, now they bring their children. You send again, they bring their in-laws. Now, we are having systems. For example, this PDM. That PDM, for me, is the first mass financial inclusion program or wealth creation program, or call it anti-poverty intervention, that we've had as a country. We have had so many programs, but they were suffering budget tokenism. I hear people discuss a lot of things, you know, there was Ntandikwa when Mnabutambala was still in government. There was a program called Ntandikwa. People talk about it. You people, you're going to fail. One time there was Ntandikwa. That Ntandikwa was heavy on promotion, but very narrow on resourcing. Did you know that throughout the Ntandikwa time, government spent only 76 billion shillings, on average of about 26 billion per annum. Imagine 76 billion, the entire Uganda. Now, this PDM you see, we are investing $1 trillion every year, just in 1 year. Now the challenge was, you may be having a lot of money, but is it going to the right people? And are those people using the money for the right cause, for those things they have said they are going to do? That's why we leveraged technology. We have 3 systems. The first system called the PDMIS. PDMIS, its job is to identify the beneficiary. In that village, in that parish, when you have sat and agreed that these are parish members, when we go to the system using a NIN, a national identification number, are those people members of that parish? The NIN will easily tell you, because now we have information, we have a database. So PDMIS identifies the beneficiaries in the parish. Now the issue was, how do we send the money to this beneficiary? The first year, we experimented the usual way of doing things. We sent the money to local government, the local government to send it to the parish. I always tell people, money, never pass money through middlemen. There is what we call a leaky bucket analogy of Arthur Lewis. Whenever money passes through someone, it will never reach as the amount. It leaks. So, after that 1 year of leakage, we learnt our lessons. Cabinet sat, and they said, you finance, we are now tasking you. Send this money directly from the treasury to the parish, to that person who has been identified by the PDMIS, that is the right beneficiary who qualifies, who's eligible for this money. We developed an application called Wendy. Now Wendy gets data from the PDMIS, cross-checks it, and sends the money directly from Treasury here in Kampala at Ministry of Finance to the beneficiary. No middleman anywhere. That's why these days you don't hear people that our money has been stolen by the district official. Who is the thief now? The people themselves. The ones in the parish. They are the ones who can now come and say, by the way, you people, some 200,000 has gone to the computer. We are getting 800,000. Now those ones are easy to identify because they are there at the address of the money. And we are stamping them out. Now, the question came then, okay, we have now sent the money directly to the parish. And it has been received by this beneficiary who we identified. What is he doing with the money? Are we sure that this person is investing in a growing ballet to supply Uganda breweries? Or is growing some coffee? Or rearing some chicken? Or some other animals I don't want to talk about? We now developed an application and a system called Zaidi. Zaidi now tracks the money, where it has gone. From the source to the beneficiary to find out that it has reached and also it's being used for the purpose. And Zaidi is amazing. I called my people of ISO. I said, you bring here that system because we want accountability with the results. I have some people I know in my own village. I said, put in this name. They put in. And I see the person with their household and the enterprise. And then I called all officers in the ministry, come, including ministers, identify a village and the beneficiary. They identified up to Chisoro, up to Nebi, up to anywhere in the country. Zaidi now is a big brother because it has pinned all of the households in Uganda. Big brother is watching. And those beneficiaries have started to know that we can not easily lie because the spy is in town, you know. So I wanted to assure you that accessibility is improving. The resources are going to the right people. These others like the UDB and so on, there are some people who are always asking, where's the list of beneficiaries of UDB, including my bosses, the ministers, and members of parliament. I told them, that's not how we do business. We have confidentiality of business in banking. You can't just come and you expose someone's business. This one has gotten so much money from UDB, and you politicize around people's businesses. That will not happen. We shall protect them. But it doesn't mean that the money is not being accessed. It's accessed. And we have record. SCF, Agricultural Credit Facility. It used to have problems where the banks used not to lend the money. Because remember, SCF worked in such a way that 50% is government money, 50% is the bank money. Now, the banks would hide our money and they tell the borrower, government money is not here. If you want a loan, borrow for your agriculture. At what? 22%. They don't want to lend the other one, which is relatively cheaper. We got a medicine for that, and we've worked it. So I wanted to assure you that we are working on that accessibility, and we are improving. Finally, I wanted also to inform you that Uganda is now becoming one of the most equal societies in our own world of developing world. Because the recent data we got from UBOS, the household survey report, which was released just last month of May, found that our Gini index, there is in economics, those who did some economics, there is a concept we use to measure inequality, the way we share income. That concept is called the Gini coefficient or Gini index. It ranges between 0 and 1. 0 represents equal sharing, that the money available is being shared equally, each is getting the same amount. There is no country in the world which has a Gini coefficient of 0, because it is, even in the Bible they know we can't be equal. Then 1 represents total inequality, that all of the money is going to one person or one household. There is also no country in the world with a Gini coefficient of 1. So countries are between 0 point something up to 1, up to 0 point. Actually, the most unequal country is South Africa, and their Gini coefficient is 0.67. It's the most unequal country on earth. That's where inequality is highest. The most equal countries are mainly in Scandinavia and Eastern Europe, with a Gini coefficient of 0.26. Uganda's Gini coefficient now has reduced from 0.41 to 0.38. That is a massive reduction for some of us who understand how these things work. In the last 4 years, why these programs here, you Ugandans, you tend to despise programs which are taking resources to the people at the base of the pyramid. These PDM, these GROW, these Myoga, they are deliberate programs to ensure that those people who are not in the money economy can also take some share. It may be small, but now it starts to work on their ability to emerge. That's why Uganda has, at a time when in most countries inequality is rising because of COVID and other problems, in Uganda, inequality after COVID has actually reduced because of these programs. Now I have 3 points to make, and I leave you to Gandhi. We have food. Do you have food, private sector? Okay. The first point I wanted to make is that this national budget of 25-26 is a pro-people budget. I saw some headlines doubting, is it? Please, Ugandans, this national budget is becoming increasingly pro-people. Why? Why do I say so? When you look at the investment in people in the budget, totals 11.4 trillion shillings. This is investment in health, in education, in social protection, and water for human consumption. 11.4 trillion. A few years ago, 11.4 trillion used to be the national budget. Now it is just for health, 5.9 trillion. Health, that is now the budget. Education, 5 trillion. Social protection, 405 billion shillings. Social protection, just to ensure that our old people don't die when they are not supposed to die, that the people with the disabilities can also, be given capabilities. That's why in Uganda we don't call them disabled people. No, they are just persons with disabilities, and we have allocated now money to ensure that we can support them. Even in the PDM, if you are a person with a disability, you get the 1 million plus $500,000, so that it can now empower you much more to cater for the requirements of disability. Then water for human consumption, 366 billion. Now, any budget which invests in those non-observables is a good budget. I used to tell my students, I don't like budgets which portray how we have constructed bridges, how we have done skyscrapers, how you have done smooth roads. Those things are important, but the non-observables are more important. Health care, research in how people can survive, live longer, education. Education. You know me, I always say education and the financial inclusion, they are the two opportunity equalizers in life. Anyone who has education and financial inclusion, you can never be the same again. Everything else is a detail. Education and financial inclusion. I am here talking to you from Butambala because of education. If I never went to school, there is no way I would be here. I would be somewhere in Butambala, hunting rats, or beating drums, or fetching water for people who have died. So we need to educate the Ugandan children, skill them, and then provide them with the financial inclusion. Once we do that, you will see Uganda is going to attain most of those goals. Point number 2. The national budget of 25-26 is for private sector. Imagine the private sector looking at me as if this budget is yours. TGCU, this is your budget. Why? The ATMs, the 4 areas where you are investing, have gotten a total of 4.1 trillion shillings in the budget. Agriculture, tourism, minerals, and STI. Younger people who are, I found a gentleman who was talking, this budget has nothing for STI. I sit, I think. Please, read this budget. Read it and stop these anomalies of percentages which you look at. The national budget, I actually told my staff we should remove those tables which distribute, because the national budget now is program based. Money which goes to a certain activity is not necessarily budgeted in that activity. Like money which is going to support agriculture is not necessarily in agriculture. For example, the money for PDM, 1 trillion shillings, 1.59 billion. 1 trillion and 509, 59 billion is in PDM, but for agriculture. Because we are giving it to the farmers to commercialize their agriculture. It's the money, those things you see the president on TV visiting, where people are rearing things, they are growing a lot of food. That's why the food production is increasing, fruits and so on. The money is not necessarily now. So, and a person who just looks at percentages will say, look, agriculture has only 1.8 trillion, so much percentage. But the money in agriculture is elsewhere as well. The money for SCF is for agriculture. Some money in UDB is for agriculture. You can't do agriculture without water for production. The money for irrigation is for agriculture, but you will not find it in agriculture. Similarly, tourism you were talking about. Tourism has a lot of money in other areas other than tourism. You can't do tourism without roads. You need roads to go there. You can't do tourism without security in those areas, without IT. Because when somebody visits Queen Elizabeth and he sees a lion, he takes a picture. He wants to, even some they call it what? This streaming, live streaming, these guys of cameras. Now we have phones, people, you see them with a lion. He wants to live stream. Now you can't live stream without internet. You need internet there. So we give the money to those who provide the internet to take it to Queen Elizabeth National Park. It will never be counted as money for tourism. Therefore, I want us to understand the program-based budgeting and how it works. And I want to tell you, this budget is heavy on private sector, supporting you to make money. In areas of ATMs, the wealth funds, 3 trillion. In this budget, we have wealth funds worth 3 trillion shillings. Not the 400 a year people talk about UDB as for, yeah, but there are many other wealth funds we have put in money, a total of 3 trillion now. Infrastructure and electricity. And our main target now is to take electricity to the growth centers and reduce the cost of electricity. And we have put there now 8 trillion in roads and electricity. 8 trillion shillings. This is private sector. Industrial parks. We have now budgeted for improving infrastructure in industrial parks. A total of 380 billion. Irrigation, 754 billion shillings. But most importantly, as you've said, we have private sector tax measures. We are not increasing, deliberately, we are not increasing taxes in areas we know which are going to affect private sector negatively. We are instead saying that first facilitate private sector to grow. That's why you are seeing all those measures you have been analyzing. Giving holidays, waiving penalties, doing this and that, so that private sector can grow. Finally, so in total, before I go to the last point, in total, private sector related investments in the budget are worth 16.7 trillion shillings. Direct investment in private sector. So I wanted to earn the max. The max he gave me, 85. I told him, no, this is not fair. It should be 95. But he told me the methodology he uses, and being a teacher, I'm going to work harder. Next year, 90. Inshallah. Finally, budget. This budget here, I don't know, I want researchers, these people who are researching, go and research across the world, and you tell me, but particularly here in Africa, whether you will find a budget that disobeys election year politics, election year economics, like this budget. Because this is a budget which is spending less on consumption and more on productive sectors. This is not common in election years. In election years, governments tend to put more money in consumption to make people happy to vote. This budget is putting more money in production to make Ugandans create more wealth. That's number one observation I have. Secondly, this is a budget which is broad-based in terms of investment across the country, with a blind eye on politics. Broad-based. GKMA here, we are revamping the infrastructure. You know, as I've always told you, we accept. We neglected infrastructure in Greater Kampala, and it went to the west. We are back, full swing. I told you a year ago, we are going to turn Kampala into a construction site. You should be the one to bear witness what is happening now. Some of you feel so inconvenienced. We already apologized in advance. We are going to be inconvenienced for a couple of years, but our infrastructure is going to be revamped in the Greater Kampala. And this is done despite everything else you are discussing in Kampala. There is no populist tax cuts in the budget. No populist tax cuts. Usually in election years, you'll find governments cut taxes. Where will you get the revenue to deliver the development? In Uganda, we are not doing that. So those 3 points: pro people, pro private sector, we have defied the politics of election year. They are key takeaways for our national budget of next year. I want to conclude by asking you to watch 4 risks. There are 4 risks which we are watching as government. Number 1 is geopolitical conflicts. The geopolitical conflicts within the region and beyond. But unlike many people who just want to sit down and say, oh, Banange, we are going to die, businesses will die, I want us to start thinking, how do we take advantage of these geopolitical conflicts to actually make Uganda richer? It is something we are working on with my team at the ministry. Signed very brilliant young people, search around, go and find ways of taking advantage of geopolitical conflicts, including state-inspired wars, state-sponsored wars in certain areas, which you know. Now whenever you open TV, there are wars everywhere. How do we take advantage of this instead of just mitigating and mourning? Is what we are looking at. Of course, there are things we do. I will not tell you because strategy is not discussed in Chimeza. Strategy is discussed in boardrooms. The next risk we need to watch, and which we are doing as government, the chairman has talked about it. By the way, Madam Sarah Kajingo, fantastic exposé of issues. I am now very certain, private sector, you are with us. You are going to develop Uganda. Misinformation and disinformation is a big risk for our country. We are watching it and would like everybody, wherever you are, to be worried, and we watch misinformation. And we see how we stamp it out. Because it kills everybody. There is something which has come to the world called AI, artificial intelligence. I see so many people, educated and uneducated, professors, some of IT, they are sharing AI-generated content. With AI now, somebody may turn this speech of mine into something else. And you see me talking and they give you a video. And you say, what's happening to this man? And you start sharing. Most of the content you are sharing these days is AI. I've seen people, they come and send me, now look, this is what's happening in West Africa. There's a new president there, a younger military man. He's a celebrity now. Out of AI. They generate speeches, they generate things which don't exist. Now, this misinformation also has started with the national budget itself. You see people talking about the budget, what is not the budget. And you are wondering, what is the intention of this one? There is a very prominent politician who told Ugandans, and I was there watching on TV, that in this budget, there is money for special meals, 380 billion. And then I see educated people tweeting, special meals, that these are meals which are eaten by special people, VIPs. In the national budget, how? Special meals is an international chart of accounts classification of feeding of security, military, police, and so on. Their food, prisons, and so on. Their food in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Kenya, in USA. You know, when we are budgeting, we use international classification, chart of accounts. They are called special meals. But you see, someone really, and they know, because those people, I've ever explained it to them what special meals are. They know, but he goes around because he wants to politic. That misinformation will distort, make people lose confidence. They start to do other things other than creating wealth for themselves. So watch out on misinformation. The third one is extreme weather. We need to track and watch climate change. But in this case, extreme weather. Whenever you see weather good, just know the following curve is bad weather. And bad weather is either too much rain, flooding, or no rain at all, drought. It is something we are watching, and that's why we are stepping up investment in irrigation. With the flooding, we can manage, but drought, once it comes in an agrarian economy, you are finished. Finally, trade wars and tariffs. Something Sarah was talking about. Trade wars and tariffs. Forget about Trump. The problem is now between us here. around us. ESC, East African Community. I've seen a budget of a country that has said we are putting a tax on steel products which come here. From ESC, they have put a tax on steel. Of course, that abrogates our charter, and we shall take them on. It's not acceptable. So, I want to assure you that we are watching all of these. And Uganda, I want to assure you we shall never participate in things which are not informed by economics. We don't follow common sense, we follow economics. You know, sometimes common sense lies to people. When you put a tariff, a high tariff, on a good, then you will be better off. Mercantilism. Like you remember when you used to ask us, control these prices of fuel, cut taxes. That time you remember when commodity prices were rising, and we told you, please Ugandans, those things are not good. When you do them, you actually take money away from the people to a few who are benefiting from those subsidies and so on. And usually they are rich men who capture that money. Ugandans were about to kill us. No way, you are doing nothing. The very fantastic Ugandans. But a few months later, results came out, you know. We were right. Those who did those things were wrong. That's why our shilling is stronger now. That's why inflation has been arrested. This word of control is not good enough. In Uganda, inflation is under total arrest. We shall not allow it. That's why our GDP is growing. That's why our exports are earning more money. That's why investors are coming to Uganda to invest. And please partner with those investors. Don't be people of sole proprietorship. This is mine. Partnerships are good. The world is richer because of partnerships. Africa, we are poor because of mainly that you better have a small thing which is mine. Why do you want to celebrate a small thing? Let us partner. People you partner with will bring technology you don't have, know-how. They will bring more capital and equity. That will help you to grow much faster. I thank you very much, PSFU, for inviting me to clarify on a few things. And I would like, Sarah, should I close this thing?
Thank you, PSST, for insightful remarks. But since I'm the chairman now, when Humphrey Nzey is not around, I completely take over. So, Mr. PSST, we have noted and we acknowledge that the allocation to domestic areas was increased to 1.4 trillion shillings this year from 200 billion shillings last year. But this does not extinguish the domestic areas. So we are seeking a commitment from you. Are you able to pay domestic areas in the next 2 years and you settle them so that our businesses are not crippled? My last, Mr. PSST, since I'm chairing this session of the private sector, am I not protected? In 2023, we commissioned a study to understand cost drivers in manufacturing plants, as well as the operating capacity. Uganda's manufacturing plants operate at 53%, and that study revealed 54%. Okay, but it's our study, it's a PSFU study. And the reason is those non-tariff barriers that we are struggling with in partnership with government that limit markets, raw materials, consistency, quality. Some of the industries here are at the brink of closing. Mukwano is worried and several others. Cost of transport, logistics, and the other, my last is the persistent power cuts and fluctuations. If you could comment on those three issues. Thank you, Mr. PSST.
Can you see? Sarah cannot leave me alone. Of course, the issues of trade, as I've told you, they are one area of risk we are monitoring and handling. We are going to come up with a clear response on how we are going to deal with some of these, especially cropping up. Now they are moving from non-tariff to even tariff barriers within the region. We shall handle them. Because as you know, our president is like the champion #1 of ESC. And a good thing at the summit level, would they have a good conversation amongst leaders, because it is these self-interested parties that are causing these troubles by misinforming the leaders. We shall handle that in the due course. It is a risk which I told you we are monitoring, and we are going to handle it. These are the one of the electricity. First of all, I thought you should first thank a government for reducing the tariffs. You did? Oh, in my absence. Thank you. We have reduced the tariffs because we are reducing middlemen and so on. But now we have to invest in the gap. We are investing in substations. We are investing in transformers. We are investing in a new system, especially here in Greater Kampala Metropolitan. We had a gap. There are those who are now, like when you go to Namamve, the system is a little bit better than where there are no substations. So, industrialists, please, this is an area. I want to tell you, from the budget speech, I was direct in a meeting to discuss this with His Excellency the President. Said, come and we discuss how do we deal with the issue of these substations, and we are going to fund them so that we address those gaps. On the areas, again, just thank us. Don't even ask us to commit more. We have paid the areas. We are going to pay. The issue was, why were we creating areas? For me, that is where my main focus is. First, to close the tap. To close the tap of people who commit government when they don't have a budget. Those accounting officers, we have agreed amongst ourselves, they will have no job accounting for the Republic of Uganda by creating areas. And you, as private sector also, one time I was on a television and I said maybe Sarah was not watching, and other private sector. Stop what is that? No, that's not power. Stop this must be something. Is that what? There are those guys there. I can talk, you can hear. I was saying that you as private sector, stop also forcing supplies on government, because some of you have a tendency. The accounting officer does not have a budget, and you insist, let me supply you, you will pay me. Accounting officer does not have a coin in the Republic of Uganda. Who has the money? the parliament which appropriates the money, which we have given them, that this money is available. So when you go to, even me, don't come and you say, PSST, create for me an opportunity to supply. I don't have money. The money is in the budget. When you see it in the budget, supply. Actually ask that accounting officer, do you have the budget? And is that budget catered for multi-year? Because one commitment we have as government, multi-year commitments. But there has been a problem in the past of people supplying when they don't have a budget. I mean, the government has not allocated money for it. But now, having closed the tap, what do we do with the remaining money we haven't paid for? That's why we have stepped up the allocation. Last year it was 200 billion shillings. And the private sector told us, this money here, that PSST, how can you pay only 200 billion when we demand trillions? We went back, we listened, we have traded off a lot of other things, and we said, let's pay private sector at least 1.4 trillion the coming year. And this money is going to go first to the suppliers of goods and services. There is a criteria we provided to accounting officers. First, suppliers of goods and services. Then to contractors, in that order. Then 3 other things like court awards, blah, blah. But now, we are going to carry out a proper analysis and verification of these areas. Please don't go and line up on July 10th and you expect money on July 10th. No. We are going to carry out a verification of these areas. Because with the more money invested, also we are likely to have more fraud. We want to mitigate that. We had a story of South Sudan. When they said South Sudan, we are going to everybody became a supplier of South Sudan. Until we verified and cut off those who were creating supplies which were not there. We are going to use the same method on domestic areas. I think I've answered you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. I now take the honor to declare this closed.
Thank you so much. Kindly request you, Mr. PSST, to stay back. We would like to request for your indulgence to have some photo moments with you. Thank you so much. We also want to thank you for the support and participation here, and also allow me particularly in a special way thank you for the support to the GROW project, and also inform you, sir, that we have reached 2,540 women and over 60 billion lent out. So we look forward to your continued support. We'll now have the first group photo. This photo is going to have the PSST, the board, the CEO, the director, GROW, and policy. Our first photo is going to have the PSST, the board members present, the CEO, director, GROW, and director, policy. Board members, PSFU, kindly join this group photo. Diana? Oh, Diana, no, kindly join us in this photo. Thank you so much, please. We appreciate your support at the Private Sector Department, at the Ministry of Finance. Photography team, we are counting. One, 2, 3. Thank you. I'll request the members kindly stay. We have 2 more. The next group photo has, I request Honorable Rachel to join. The members of management, PSFU management in the room, kindly join the photo. Honorable Rachel Magola and the panelists, kindly join the photo. People who are on the panel, kindly step up in this photo. Great team members, if you're near, also get close. This photo has the panelists, the board, the PSST, the members of management, and Honorable Rachel Magola. Thank you so much. This is key for documentation and for recognition of your efforts of everybody in this room. Okay. Photography team, are we okay? We request that you extend a little forward. Kindly move a little forward. Thank you so much. Thank you for your indulgence in that. These photos may appear in the next budget speech as part of the National Post-Budget dialogue. So let's keep it there. We are counting 3, 2, 1. Great team, kindly. That's the command point. Thank you. Great team, come here, and then last photo we'll have the group photo where we request everyone. Mr. PSST, we are almost done with this session, and everyone. Guys here. Thank you. Great team, if you're here, kindly join the photo with the rest of the members. Kindly stay up. Thank you. We are counting down 3. We are counting down 3. I'm also a member. Thank you. And we now invite everyone else for the group photo. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. PSST. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. These have been representative photos. Our room will remain set. If you want to have photo moments, feel free to come up, and the photography team will be here. Lunch is served. Each of us should be having a coupon. In case you don't, reach out for support from any of the PSFU team members. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. We have members of the media present in the room. If you want to do any interviews, now is the time, and you can have them right here. It's been a great morning. It's been a great afternoon hosting all of you in our National Post-Budget Dialogue. Thank you so much for coming, and if you're a member of the private sector and you're not yet signed up with PSFU, please sign up with us. Special thanks to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, once again, for keeping it with us here. It wouldn't have been possible without you. The room has been full, and we thank you so much for that. Lunch is served in the restaurant. Kindly pass by the registration table. If you've not registered, we request you register at the entrance. Coupons have been given out all over.